day 2 of the Belmont Park Spring Meet. We have our first stake of the meet today as well in the affirmed success as the New York bred New York Traffic is back in the state of New York and looks to get back to the winner's circle after facing the talented Speaker's Corner last time out. One of his main rivals, though, the winner of this race last year, Bank on Shay. He tried Grade 1 company last time out in the Carter. Will he use that early speed to his advantage today? And a little bit later on, Love and Love looks to go 2 for 2 in 2022. Had a nice win last time out off the bench for trainer Mike Maselli. We also have live racing for you today from Oakland Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas. In the feature this afternoon, Tap for Me is a regally bred filly by Tap It out of 2-time champion female sprinter Groupie Doll and looks to get the second win of her career. All that and more coming up on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, another breezy day here in New York, but we are very happy to be back home at Belmont Park. I'm your host, Acacia Clement. Pleased to be here with you all today on America's Day at the Races. And as we mentioned, it is the second day of the meet, and we already have some exciting stakes action for you. It goes as race number 3 today, a little bit early in the card, so get excited. The affirmed success for the New York breds. Here's a look at the field. Even money on the morning line is New York Traffic, a 5-year-old horse now by Cross Traffic, who will cut back in distance to sprinting once again. It's 2 for 2 here at Belmont Park as I bring in former champion jockey and the regular rider of the horse affirmed success, Richard Migliori, here with me. Richie, it's so exciting to have an opportunity to pay tribute to such a talented racehorse today.
Just an incredible horse. 42 starts, 38 triple-digit buyer figures. I don't think we've ever seen a horse that kind of put together that kind of resume, multiple Grade 1 winner, and just as classy an animal as I ever had the privilege to sit on. I got to ride him the last 2 years of his career, and Rick Schosberg did an amazing job with him.
Absolutely, and we'll hear a little bit more about affirmed success, the horse, and his trainer, Rick Schosberg. But as far as this field is concerned today, New York Traffic, Richie, tried the Gulfstream Mile last time out behind Speaker's Corner. He's run a variety of distances throughout his career. We're taking a look at his win in the Hudson 2 starts back, which was 6.5 furlongs. He'll be going 6 today, though. What do you think about that for him?
I don't think it's an issue. I think he's a horse that's got tactical speed, no matter what distance. He's a horse, too, that he's got the capability of going long, but he waits on his rider's cues. He's not rank, but he has enough speed. And in a short field like this, you would expect him to be forwardly placed.
He absolutely dominated in the Hudson against New York breds. Faced Grade 2 company in the Gulfstream Mile with the likes of Speaker's Corner and Fearless in there last time out. That was also his first race off a layoff. I've always preferred him kind of being a one-turn horse. So this Belmont Park track really seems to suit him and his running style quite well, as we'll see Jose Ortiz take the call for the first time today.
Yeah, big, long striding son of Cross Traffic. You would expect him, again, from the inside, he's going to have to get some position. He's got some speed just outside of him in Reggae Music Man. Another thing I found interesting about this race, it's a stake race, 5-horse field. You have 2 apprentice jockeys named on runners here, and they don't get the benefit of the weight allowance because of it being a stake. Speaks of a lot of confidence that the connections have in young riders.
And we certainly have some talented apprentice riders here, just a deep jockey colony in general. As you mentioned, Jose Gomez aboard Reggae Music Man. He's actually ridden that horse to victory in his last 2 starts. But an intriguing runner certainly is Bank on Shay, who won this race last year and was able to get away with a pretty comfortable pace-setting trip that day. Outfooted in the Grade 1 Carter last time, but no doubt that this is a talented horse.
Very talented horse, and you can forgive the Carter. I mean, you're facing the best of the best, a Grade 1 field. But he's a horse that does his best running, I think, when he's involved early. And I would think that he kind of holds the key to the race under Dylan Davis, because I don't think New York Traffic's going to outrun Reggae Music Man. And if Reggae Music Man drops over, now Bank on Shay laps on, he can keep him in that pocket position and try to keep him trapped.
He certainly is intriguing, as we just witnessed his win in the Pelican, where he beat the legend that is Baby Yoda that day, who did come back to win in his subsequent start. But looking forward to that matchup and all of those runners coming up a little bit later on in the Affirmed Success, which will go as race 3. Taking a look at what's on tap, today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. We have races 1 through 9 for you at Belmont Park, Fast and Firm in Elmont, New York. And do note, we have a Pick 6 carryover for day 2 already. That sequence will kick off in the Pick 6 and race 4. Races 1 through 9 at Oakland Park as well. That allowance feature, which features the daughter of Groupie Doll, will go as race 9. And we are dealing with a fast main track in Hot Springs, Arkansas. There's no better time to join Naira Bets. You can join today and receive a $25 free bet for the Kentucky Derby. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus when they sign up with promo code DERBY25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at nairabets.com to earn that free $25 bet plus a $200 deposit match. Taking a look at the field for the opener at Belmont Park, we're going a mile on the main track. In race 1, a $25,000 claiming race, and we do have an entry common ownership here, Richie, that is currently 8-5.
Yeah, and I think rightfully so. They both have, legitimate chances. You go back and watch the 1A Foxtail's last race, when seemingly she was overconfidently handled by Jose Lascano, and Indian Bella, who's also in this race, kind of got momentum on her before she kind of joined in the fight and was coming back on her late.
Yeah, absolutely. Very intriguing. Both of these owned in full, or at least in partnership, by Linda Rice, as Linda Rice first off the claim with Charge Account, second off the claim with Foxtail, who does actually step up in company off that interesting trip last time out, as you mentioned. And that's a mare, the 8-year-old mare Foxtail, that typically has quite a bit of speed, too. Charge Account doesn't need to be too far off of it, but Foxtail is the one that you would think typically is going to be more forward.
I also think Foxtail will appreciate getting back to Belmont Park. She sports a win here. The only other horse in this race, Mosienko, has wins at Belmont Park, because she's kind of that big, steady, one-pace kind of horse that I always felt did well with these wide sweeping turns.
Taking a look at the 4, Chase and Bryn for Jeremiah Englehart. This one won last time out. That was in a condition claiming race for non-winners of 3 in life. We'll take a look at it now, and did so impressively. And I wanted to ask you about this, Richie, because she seemed to me like she was rather uncomfortable early, and that she was very high-headed. Trevor McCarthy finally got her to settle, and that's when she seemed to pull away from the rest of the company.
Yeah, you want horses to use themselves efficiently. If they're working against the rider, their head's up, it inhibits their breathing, it inhibits the mechanics of their stride. They're going to use more energy that way. Another one that Belmont Park she should appreciate, because you got such a long run down the backstretch. You can just get quiet, long hold, let a horse find their rhythm.
She's to face open company today for the first time. Meanwhile, you can follow along and get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase Pass Performances. Visit naira.com/TV schedule to download your free pass performances on all of the races on today's show. Early Pick 5 kicks off here. We do have that favored entry as we get ready to welcome in the 3rd member of our team, Maggie Wolfendale, here with us in the paddock. Maggie, I hope it's a little less windy for you out there today versus yesterday.
A little less, Acacia, yes. The gale force winds don't seem to be quite as present, but there's definitely still a breeze down here, and we did see it kind of affect at times out on the racetrack with horses running into a headwind down the backstretch. So some earlier slow quarters and halves to talk about from yesterday, but otherwise a bit of a warmer day, and now I feel overdressed. That's okay, though. Rather be warm than cold, as we'll take a look at part of the entry. The plain one in here, Charge Account. She goes first off the claim for Linda Rice, and I thought did not have much of an excuse in her previous effort, which was for Rudy Rodriguez, and wired that day by long shot winner Shadalamo, who is also in here, who weirdly didn't have any speed going into that race and doesn't have any speed subsequently. But looking at Charge Account, as she was coming in off of a considerable layoff from September to January, she didn't look quite as fit as she should have and looked the same in her last start. Today, though, she finally does look a bit more tucked up. I wish she honestly looked a little bit better behind, but she is more defined than what I'd seen from her. But I don't love the fact that she was claimed and then we see this kind of 2-month break in racing. But I suppose Linda keeping her at the $25,000 level could be a positive sign. As we'll move on to number 6, Masienko, who does feel a bit more like a sprinter, but I don't know. I thought she was interesting, kind of getting back to a longer distance, a bit of a long shot here. I know she could be forwardly placed, though there is some speed in here to speak of, but I did think that it was interesting that Dylan Davis climbs aboard and will replace the 7-pound apprentice. So you get the Aqueduct Winter Meet leading jockey aboard filly who hasn't had a journeyman rider on her back in quite a while. Her weight looks good for Masienko, whom I do know and am very familiar with. One of the better times I've seen her physically. Like I said, not in love, Acacia, with the fact that she's going the mile here, but still, I thought it was an interesting rider change.
Certainly. Maggie, thank you. At 5-1 is Masienko now. Blinkers coming back on as we saw Dylan Davis kick off the meet with a win yesterday. More on him and the rest of this field as we get ready for the opener from Belmont Park. After this break, you're watching America's Day at the Races.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We're getting set for the post parade for the opener at beautiful Belmont Park on this Friday afternoon. We get right into it with part of the entry. Here's the plain one charge account.
Yeah, charge account claimed last time, waited the allotted period of time to run back for the same claiming price.
Here's the other part of the entry, also owned by Linda Rice, Foxtail.
Yeah, Foxtail, I think, will appreciate getting back to Belmont, and I think was an unlucky loser last time.
Here's the two who will break from the rail, Indian Bella.
Indian Bella got the best of Foxtail last time they met, but I think got a better trip.
She's currently 7-1. A big price on Shadalama. As Maggie mentioned, one time we saw her show speed, and we haven't since then.
Well, she gets Jackie Davis. You know, Jackie's got so much enthusiasm. She'll get the best out of her. Jackie riding Finger Lakes and Belmont, basically riding 7 days a week.
All about the hustle with these riders, that's for sure. She's on this 10-1 shot. Shadalamo there, the number 3. Next will be the 4, hiding somewhere throughout the warm-ups and into the post parade. We'll go to the 5, Gringotts, cutely named Mayor by Central Banker.
Yeah, getting back down to that $25,000 level that she ran so well at against state breds.
Here's the 6, Mosienko, stretching out.
Love cleverly named horses. This horse is by Hat Trick. Bill Mosienko has the record for fastest hat trick in NHL history, 21 seconds, 3 goals.
And the 7, Wait a Minute, also stretching out.
Wait a Minute, good outside post and gets a hot apprentice. He's a big price, but this kid is, Jose Gomez has been bringing in a lot of big priced horses.
And here's the 4, Chasen Bryn. She came out last from the paddock.
Yeah, it comes off a nice win against restricted. Now one is a 3 in a life, claiming 25. Trevor McCarthy stays here and making a nice impression galloping off.
Good warm up there on the racetrack. You can play against your friends and fellow fans with the Showdown, a free-to-enter handicapping contest following the New York racing on our program. Place your picks now and watch your name climb the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Get started at NYRA.com/showdown. Well, we are just in day 2 of the Belmont Park Spring Meet, but there is so much more to come. Of course, we had opening day yesterday. This is the home of the Belmont Stakes. Of course, we're looking forward to that racing festival June 9th to 11th. But here's just a little taste of some of the big dates that we're going to see throughout this meet, Richie.
Just some tremendous racing action. And I love the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival because basically you have every category covered, and there's good races throughout the entire stand. And get a lot of horses shipping in, a lot of riders shipping in. You get to see the best of the best.
Well, tickets to the 2022 Belmont Stakes are now on sale. The 3-day Belmont Stakes Racing Festival is June 9th through the 11th and is jam-packed with excitement featuring some of the best racing in the world, headlined by the Test of the Champion on Saturday, June 11th. Get your tickets today at belmontstakes.com. Don't get shut out. Attendance is going to be capped this year, so make sure you get your tickets. We want to see you here and celebrate with you in this terrific weekend of racing. There's some glimpses of Essential Quality and his Belmont Stakes win last year.
Just such a nice, honest horse. Showed up every single time. And one of the best races of our entire year was that Belmont Stakes. Hot Rod Charlie and Essential Quality. I mean, that was a very strong Belmont Stakes, time-wise, and just the effort both colts put in.
They threw it down there on the racetrack. A test of a champion, indeed, and Essential Quality did become 3-year-old champion at the Eclipse Awards at the end of the year. Back here today, though, we are getting ready for the opener on Friday at Belmont Park. There's a look at part of the entry. Charge account, first off the claim for Linda Rice, and Maggie brought up the point that is worth mentioning. Yes, she does come back at the same level at which she was claimed, but there's been a little bit of a layoff since the end of February.
Yeah, no doubt. And Linda Rice is not only a terrific horsewoman, she's a good manager. She places her horses in positions to succeed. So she feels like this is the right spot for her, and she's been very competitive with these kind. And coming off the layoff, I tell you what, she makes a nice impression on the racetrack.
Charge account, certainly intriguing, but for more on the rest of this field, let's go trackside and check it again with Maggie.
Yeah, Charge account, Richie, she, for me, made the best impression. She's ultimately going to be my pick, but do want to discuss Chasen Bryn. They just had to adjust the equipment on her back in the paddock. That's why we saw her coming out last. Now, when she first stepped foot here on the racetrack, and you can notice that maybe it's a little bit of string halt or something. She just doesn't look quite that even behind, but at a gallop, she is moving quite proficiently. But that has always been her weakest link, is her hind end. And while physically it looks better than what I've seen from it in the past, I still would like to see her moving a bit more efficiently through her hindquarters, just a little bit more engaged and moving up underneath of herself. But overall, I like her energy level. She looks healthy as far as from a coat and flesh perspective. The one problem I have, in which she ran a number fast enough last time to be very competitive here and did it quite convincingly, maybe against some overmatched rivals, is that graduating out of the non-3 condition here in New York can be a tall task at times when you're dealing with horses such as India and Bella, who've won 10 races. So sometimes that leap into non-restricted company can be the biggest one, Acacia.
Oh, absolutely. Maggie, makes perfect sense. Chase and Bryn stepping up in class off the back of that win. And Maggie had alluded to something called string halt. For those not familiar, a neurological disorder that it's called a marionette effect almost, in that their hind leg seems like there's strings attached to it. It's not something that inhibits them when they're running.
No, not at all. We see horses that have been very successful. War of Will comes to mind, classic winner and a Grade 1 winner on turf as well. It's just an exaggerated motion. You almost see like they lift the hock action. They lift their hind leg a bit higher. And it does look very much like someone's kind of manipulating that with a string.
5-2 on Chase and Bryn right now on the board. Even money on the entry, which does make quite a bit of sense. The number 2, Indian Bella, who is one who's a bit of a price on the board right now, 12-1 in fact. She did face lesser 2 starts back with the win over Foxtail, and you like Foxtail in here. Yes, it was the trip. We talked about the ride, but there is a big disparity in the price between the two of them.
Yeah, no doubt. But I think a couple of factors. One, the rail, Indian Bella, doesn't do her any favors. They're breaking out of the chute, the mile chute here at Belmont. A lot of empty space to her inside. Now, she's a 7-year-old mare, so she's not like she's green, but some horses have a tendency not to break as well. And they're almost a little distracted by that empty space. And she just got such a perfect trip to beat Foxtail last time. Stalking her from the outside, could she possibly work out? I don't see it, but that's a huge disparity in price, no doubt.
And obviously with the entries, with the common ownership for Linda Rice, that means that you do get 2 for the price of 1. So probably brings the price down even more, as you would imagine. That charge account, a big reason for taking all of that money as well.
Everybody loves a bargain. 2 for the price of 1, no doubt. And they're both legitimate. I know Foxtail really hasn't run a very fast race in a while, but her best race to me was here at Belmont Park. We've got to go back 2 years, and I just like the configuration of Belmont for her stride, her style, her way of doing things.
Into the gate they go for the opener at Belmont Park. Again, we'll be going a mile on the main track here. Day 2 of the Belmont Spring Meet. We have our first stake of the day and a lot more exciting action to come. They start to load in, and we'll send it up to the voice of New York racing, John and Brielle, standing by with the rest of the load and call.
Waiting for Foxtail, and wait a minute. Set for the start of the Friday opener. And they're off. From the outside, it is Foxtail and Wait a Minute. Those two going out for the lead, quickly joined by Charge Account. And Charge Account has gone to the front. Wait a Minute. Foxtail right together, 2nd and 3rd. Down at the rail is Indian Bella next in 4th, followed by Shadow Llama in 5th. Chase and Bryn runs in 6th. Gringotts down towards the rail, and hard held at the back is a Mosaienko. Up front, it is Charge Account leading here by 3/4 of a length. Wait a Minute on the outside runs 2nd, the opening quarter 23 and 3/5 seconds. Foxtail is on the outside next in 3rd, and it is Indian Bella, and in between horses is a Shadow Llama, who is now moving up. And now it's 3 across the track. Both parts of the entry, Charge Account and Fox.
watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Race 2 at Oakland Park is coming up next. It's a mile and a 16th on the main track in this claiming race for $6,250. 4-year-olds and upward. We do have an entry. Robertino Diodoro once again with the short-priced runners for M&M Racing, and we'll talk about those momentarily. Starting off with the plain one, Cipriano with a drop in class.
Kind of feels like deja vu all over again. This horse claimed for 12.5, dropping to 6,500.
Here's a horse stretching out off the claim, California Swing.
Kind of the same MO here, too. Stretching out, but dropping in class off the claim.
Scratch the 2. Here's the 3, Stock Deal.
Start 2 back would make this horse very formidable. I'm not sure exactly what happened last time, except that horse broke a bit slow.
Here's the 4, Promising Shoes.
Yeah, Arkansas bred has won open. That was at Sam Houston, but for $5,000.
By Prom Shoes. I love that name, too. Here's Ike.
Who doesn't like Ike? Horse that's actually staying in the same class. Last time showed good speed and stopped the last couple of starts.
Scratch the 6. Here's the 7, Major Kong.
Major Kong loses John Court, who's been riding so lights out there at this meeting. Kind of a deep closer.
And at the number 8, Praetorian.
Praetorian is also dropping in class back to the 6,500 level and stretches back out.
That's the field for the second at Oakland Park. There's a look at one part of the entry. I want to remind you that there's no better time to join Naira Bets. You can join today and receive a $25 free bet for the Kentucky Derby. Believe it or not, that's 1 week for tomorrow. It's coming up before we know it. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus when they sign up with promo code DERBY25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com to earn that free $25 bet plus a $200 deposit match. Starting gate getting in place for the second race here. Here's a look at the other part of the entry, the number 1, Cipriano. Much like we saw with the opener, Robertino Diodoro and M&M Racing claim this runner, immediately drop in class for this gelding, even though he's won his last 3 against tougher than what he faces here, albeit a couple of those against fellow Louisiana-bred types.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to discern, is it the fairgrounds form doesn't hold up as well at Oakland? I'm just a little bit baffled by it. Cipriano's been in good form, like you said, 2 of those wins against Louisiana breds, but last time for 12.5, got it done again. The Mitchell Morrow gets claimed, ships to Oakland, and drops in class, which was not a recipe for success in the first race.
Yeah, we'll see if things pan out a little bit better. One is the favorite last time out for $12,500 and does now drop in today. Looking to make it 4 wins in a row. The other part of the entry, the 1A, California Swing, does stretch out in distance as well, although he's typically been more of a sprinter. More of a sprinter,
closing type sprinter. Maybe they're hoping that he gets a bit more involved on the stretch out. It almost feels like to me, Acacia, that these horses are taking all the money partially because there's not a lot of alternatives, is there?
Where else do you go? That's the question.
I think if I was going to go anyplace else, it would probably be Promising Shoes. The Arkansas bred has been, a consistent performer when it's run at the lower level, and it's run certainly speed figures good enough to win.
Won a couple of those condition claimers at Houston. That's the question. How does that stack up? But his first start at Oakland Park of the season faced significantly tougher Arkansas breds last time out and takes a drop in class in here today. Promising Shoes 5-2 on the board. Back at Belmont Park, we have horses in the paddock for this 6th race, made in special weight. New York bred fillies sprinting on turf. And taking a look at the field right now, Shamalama Ding Dong, the heavy favorite, as she goes back to the grass, and we'll get a paddock report from Maggie.
And we'll start things off with a horse that is currently 6-1 facing New York breds for the first time in her second start. That's number 2, Queen of Lies. She comes out of a race, actually, that has produced several next time out winners. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th placed horses came back to win with decent figures as well. 2nd, 85, 3rd, 87, but all of which on the synthetic in which she debuted on intentionally. But she gets to New York bred company here, and she looks like a turf sprinter. My only slight problem with her is that I wish she looked just a bit more tucked up, having not run since the middle of January. But I do think that she deserves a look here, shipping in for Mike Stidham, as we do see Shamalama Ding Dong as your current favorite. She's one that, watching her races, it seems as though it's kind of odd to say she's one pace with regards to a turf sprinter, but she kind of is. She just has a little short run, so therefore I think it's in the best interest of the rider to keep her forward, to have her forwardly placed. Well, she doesn't present herself as one that's very keen or sharp in the paddock, at least, but that's typical of Christophe Clement's horses. They're just so well schooled that they're usually very docile here. And while she looks very fit making her 4-year-old debut, I just wish she looked stronger. She has not filled out much, and just as a heavy favorite, I wish I was a little bit more impressed. So we'll see what she does. But I do like her getting back to the turf. I always thought that she looked more turf meant. As we'll check in with the outside runner, that's number 9, See Me Now, making her second start, getting on the turf. You definitely don't think turf sprinter when you see the sire Tisnow's name, but this one has plenty of turf pedigree on the bottom. The Dam did win on the turf. Full Brother won a turf sprint, albeit Tisnow, and 3 to try the turf with 3 winners, including First Charmer, who went 3 for 19 on the grass. So she looks like a turf horse here. Kind of ran an odd race first time out. She was up close, then she dropped back around the turn, and then she kind of came on again. She is a horse that is wearing hitting straps, so they're neoprene that go around the pastern of a horse. So sometimes horses that have an odd way of going, which she does, watching that dirt race, kind of legs going outward, they'll kind of cut into themselves a bit. Sometimes that's mitigated, though, when they switch to the turf. It's just an easier surface for them to move more efficiently on. In her second start, I didn't see her in her debut. I'm just wishing that she carried a little bit more conditioning, but I like her in this spot. I think she makes a lot of sense here, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. An intriguing runner, See Me Now, as this filly on her debut, lugging in a little bit of greenness and maybe back on the, or at least for the first time, on the proper surface today. You see in that double box back at Oakland Park, horses approaching the starting gate for race number 2 here today. The entry still a heavy favorite, Richie, at 3 to 5.
Yeah, and look, they make a lot of sense. They're dropping in class from top class connections that are aggressive. It didn't work out in the first race, though, so I think that's something that people got to pay attention to.
We'll see if it works out today. 3 to 5 on Cipriano and California Swing, both owned by M&M Racing. The only other one taking some attention is the 4 Promising Shoes. And for me, that big question is just how do those condition claiming races at Houston stack up with this?
Yeah, again, and that's one of the handicapping conundrums of Oakland Park, the entire meet. A confluence of horses coming from all different venues, and how do they stack up from those different venues?
We'll see and find out shortly in this second race. Again, we're going a mile and a 16th on the main track in this claiming race. The entry, a short price for Robertino Diodoro. Here's Vic Stauffer standing by with the call.
They're at the post. They're off. Ike and Cipriano are asked for speed. Praetorian is fast. California Swing next. Then Stock Deal, Promising Shoes, and the early trailer is Major Kong. Ike and Praetorian fastest at the clubhouse turn, and Praetorian wants that lead and is a neck in front. Ike right alongside in second, and these two sprint along and are now 4 lengths in front of Cipriano, who looks like he'll get a perfect trip. Another 2.5 back to his stablemate California Swing. Stock Deal has about 9 to make up. He's 2 in front of Promising Shoes, and Major Kong is 13 lengths behind under Ezekiel Lara as the match race up front continues. Ike and Praetorian, and you would have to think David Cohen has a big smile on his face as he sees those two rolling along 8 lengths in front of him on Cipriano. Then it's 4 lengths further back at 2. Promising Shoes, who moves inside of California Swing and Stock Deal, and the trailer is Major Kong, and they go into the far turn, and this battle continues. Praetorian and Ike. Ike is inside, Praetorian is outside. It is now 5 lengths back to Cipriano and California Swing. Looks like California Swing might be doing better than Cipriano. We'll see. Nope, Cipriano is now outrunning him, and he is after the front. Here comes Cipriano all the way up to take over the front. Promising Shoes is following him. 5 back to Stockdale and Major Kong. New leader, top of the stretch, and it is Cipriano. Cipriano has a 2-length lead over California Swing in second, who is now re-rallying outside of his stablemate. Promising Shoes is third, and California Swing has put his head in front of Cipriano, and now he's 2 in front. Cipriano is back to second. Promising Shoes is outside of California Swing. California Swing, Promising Shoes got a chance to get him. Here comes Promising Shoes, California Swing, Promising Shoes. Boy, this is close. I think California Swing held off Promising Shoes. If he did, it's half a nose.
Very tight down to the wire, as it looks like the 1A California Swing did indeed hold on over Promising Shoes, who was closing pretty strongly late, but gained from both of these runners, Richie.
Wow, and you could just see California Swing stick his head out, doesn't want to lose, pins his ears, doesn't want to get past. Promising Shoes, big run from the outside. A lot of cat and mouse going on within this race. The entry, Cipriano with David Cohn kind of blind switched his entry, California Swing, which actually turned out to be a blessing in disguise because it made him have to wait and save a little more horse. It might have been just enough to hold off the late rally of Promising Shoes.
It did indeed. It looked like California Swing flipped back to that inside left lead in the stretch. He was trying to get every step of the stretch with Promising Shoes menacing to the outside. We'll keep you posted on the results of that photo at Oakland Park. Back at Belmont, meanwhile, horses are on the track for the 4th race here, as currently the favorite is the number 3, Shamalama Ding Dong. Horses on the track, getting into the post parade though with the number 1, Giggling Ghost.
Giggling Ghost tried turf once a long time ago, didn't run very well that day.
Here's the 2, Queen of Flies.
I thought this horse was intriguing, ran on synthetic, gets in with New York breds this time, turning back.
And I'm glad Maggie and I agree. I wrote first time out, looks like a turf sprinter, so she gets to do that today. Here's Shamalama Ding Dong.
Yeah, Shamalama Ding Dong, most of Christophe Clement's horses that are coming at a pace and seem to be running better than the ones that have trained here up to their races.
Just coming back for her first start as a 4-year-old is Shamalama Ding Dong. Here's the number 4, Dream Central.
His first time getting to sprint on the turf. This horse is out of a mare that was a stakes placed winner on the turf, and she is a producer.
Couple of intriguing first-time starters. Here's Treat Street.
Yeah, Candy Ride gets 13% turf sprint winners. Mare's had 2 turf winners as well, so Treat Street, interesting firster.
Here is another first-time starter, Lola Lola.
Yeah, out of a mare that has produced 3 turf winners.
She's 9-2 right now, taking some attention on the board as well. Here's Impassable Dream, first time on grass.
Yeah, first time on grass. I didn't really come up with a tremendous amount of turf pedigree here.
Here's another first time starter. We heard from trainer Rick Schosberg a little while ago. He has Shin Full.
I thought this horse was really interesting. By a stallion, a Shin Forward, grade 1 winner in Tokyo, now standing at Rockridge Stud.
Here is the number 9, See Me Now, gets on grass.
Yeah, it's a half to a horse, Mango M, who was turf sprint winner, and I thought this horse's first race was pretty good on the dirt. I like the Maggie, like this horse from a physical perspective on the turf.
Intriguing runner for sure. As we'll get ready to kick off that pick 6 here with a carryover back at Oakland Park. It was the 1A California Swing able to hold on in that photo. We'll talk more about this turf race in the 4th at Belmont coming up next, and that pick 6 carryover after this on America's Day at the Races.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle. Performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Fayette.
Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor. American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
This season at Monmouth Park, opening day is Derby Day. Live racing returns to the Jersey Shore Saturday, May 7th with a special 2 p.m. first post. The action continues every weekend in May with racing starting at 12:15. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5s. New for 2022, on-site customers can lock in odds with fixed odds wagering. At at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
They're off in the United Nations. Fantastic is sent hard to take the lead. Fantastic has been there every step of the way. Fantastic shakes loose with a quarter of a mile to go. He's in front by 2 lengths, but it is Fantastic to take up coast to coast in the United Nations.
155 and in the back, 150,000. Jody, thank you.
Fantastic, standing at 3 chimneys.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. And do note we have a late scratch in this 4th race at Belmont Park. The number 9, See Me Now, a late scratch and is out of this 4th race. Kind of a key scratch too for a horse that was intriguing and was taking money into the teeth of the heavy favorite. Now not so heavy favorite, a little bit more of a wide open board now, but an intriguing runner that is out. So do take note, especially if you're playing that pick 6 carryover.
Oh, absolutely. I thought this horse was a major contender, but again, another one of those safety protocols in place is an examining veterinarian at the starting gate. If the rider doesn't feel something 100% or the vet sees something they don't like, the horse will be scratched. We'll have to go through certain protocols as far as working for the vet to the satisfaction of the vet and making sure that the horse is sound and able to compete. It protects the betting public, it protects the other riders, the other horses, and always better to err on the side of caution.
The number 3, Shamalama Ding Dong, meanwhile, is 8-5 right now, as we'll take a look at the race back from May. This is her lone turf start, as the race on debut was off the turf. Her lone turf race took place here behind eventual stakes winner Runaway Rumor, and she took to the grass well, finishing 4th that day.
Yeah, she ran very well, and obviously now she's making her 3rd start, first start of the layoff for Christophe Clement, trainer that excels with his turf runners, as he does with all his runners, really, because that's not fair to pigeonhole like that, is it? But she shifted out to the clear here. She ran well. Obviously, you could see from her action, she handles the grass very well. My question is the layoff. It feels like with Christophe's horses coming off the layoffs, the ones that are coming directly from Payson Park that have trained down there all winter have run better than the ones that have trained here up to their races.
And intriguing proposition for sure, as Shamalama Ding Dong came right to New York off of her layoff, training here at Belmont Park in preparation for this return race. For more, let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
We'll take a look at 2 first-time starters, both of which receiving attention on the board, beginning with number 5, Treat Street, for trainer Mark Hennig. She's the daughter of Candy Ride, and there isn't that much immediate pedigree on the bottom side, kind of going back a generation, maybe a little bit more. So she doesn't strike you immediately as a turf horse, but she strikes you as an athlete. I love the way she's put together. She's really well muscled for this debut. She was slightly greenback in the paddock, but it was kind of a little bit more of sharpness than being bewildered by the proceedings. So I like what I'm seeing from her, and boy, she's dropped with that late scratch to 3-1. So we'll see if that's significant play, as number 6 is Lola Lola. Again, tis now. I don't think turf sprint. Though she does look like a turf horse, I just think she's going to need a bit longer than this, as she is a pretty filly, but she's a little bit longer, scopier, and at least back in the paddock, she has gotten a little sharper since approaching the gate. She's really laid back. So I'm not totally sold on the fact that 6 furlongs here on the turf is going to be what she wants to do, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. One to watch moving forward. She's half to stakes place. Sneaky Kitten, it was good on the grass, but that one by Kitten's Joy, a little bit different with Tis Now, and that's important to take note of when looking at those pedigrees.
Absolutely. I think this is a very intriguing race. I'm looking for a long shot. I'm looking for the 8 Shinful out of that sire. a Shin Forward, who's a Grade 1 winner in Japan, and had a runner the other day that ran well on the turf for Jimmy Bond. So I think this horse is an intriguing firster.
Into the gate they go again, late scratch at the 9. Here's John and Brielle with the 4th.
And the rough. Giggling Ghost from the inside. Queen of Lies now quickly moves up to challenge. And on the outside it is Shinful. So it's Shinful and Queen of Lies. They are heads apart. Giggling Ghost down towards the rail, runs in 3rd. Impossible Dreams on the outside in 4th. Shamalama Ding Dong is in 5th at this point, 4 lengths from the lead. Then comes Dream Central, who's running in 6th. Treat Treats on the outside in 7th. And Lola Lola is the trailer. Queen of Lies on the inside and Shinful on the outside. The quarter 22 and 3/5 seconds. It's Shinful and Queen of Lies. They're right together. They've got 2 lengths. On the outside, Impossible Dream is going wide there. Impossible Dream is bolting to the outside out of the race now. Shinful has now come away with the lead. With Queen of Lies now back running in 2nd. Shamalama Ding Dong is coming through and coming through quickly down at the rail. So it's Shamalama Ding Dong and Queen of Lies with Shinful now back running in 3rd. Then comes Treat Street and Dream Central. They're coming for the finish, and it will be Shamalama Ding Dong.
I think Johnny I enjoyed that call. Shamalama Ding Dong. It's a fun name, but it was a very nice performance as well.
Very nice performance, and you could not have much of a better trip. She did have to steady a bit around the turn when it looked like the 2-horse Queen of Lies was squeezed a little bit by the 8 Shinful, kind of get back in her race. But after that, it was like having easy pass. I mean, she just had a huge opening to come through on the inside. What a pretty filly this is. Daughter of Upstart. Just really professional, ran extremely well. The 2-horse Queen of Lies got a lot of pressure from the 8 Shinful. Looked like she got squeezed a little bit, came back out, and finished okay for 2nd. Shinful ran really well.
Yeah.
I mean, I think she won a 4th, maybe. Big price.
I think Queen of Lies is one to watch moving forward. She seems like, and I'm curious your take on it, she seems like she's a tough filly to ride. She wore a shadow roll, that fleece over her noseband in her first race, and they took it off today, and it looks like she's a little bit tough to kind of keep her head down and keep her settled.
Yeah, I would think that it's a piece of equipment that maybe would be good to go back on, because she really did carry her head carriage was a little bit high. And she had a little bit of a tough trip. Took a intense pressure from the first-time starter Shinful, who I think will improve with the race out of that interesting sire. And also looked like she might have got squeezed a little bit, or maybe was she trying to get out a little bit, just what you're alluding to, maybe a little difficult to handle.
Well, ones to watch moving forward out of this race, but it was the favorite Shamalama Ding Dong, and another ride with Dylan Davis saving the ground that paid off, and he will get his winner's circle picture taken once again today. Shinful at 29-1. Of course, you were intrigued by Richie checking in for 4th with a good debut effort for Rick Schosberg. Coming up this weekend, though, on Saturday, it's opening day at Churchill Downs, taking a look at some of the key dates beneath the Twin Spires. Of course, 1 week from today, it's Kentucky Oaks Day, the Kentucky Derby, Saturday, May 7th. Looking forward to all of that exciting action. But tomorrow, night racing, just a little bit after 10 p.m., past what's typically our bedtimes, I know that, is the Roxalana, Richie, as we take a look at the field. 6 furlongs on the main track, and Caribbean Caper looks to remain undefeated.
And she's well drawn outside. She's not forced into the race. She projects to get that beautiful kind of outside stalking trip. She's quick enough to put herself where she needs to be, but not under pressure. But this is the sternest test of her career so far. You get some pretty nice horses in here like Bayernus, just tough hickory kind of mares, but she's perfect. There's nothing you can say about her so far that would be a negative.
She's done nothing wrong as of yet for Al Stall Jr. She makes the first start of her 4-year-old season in the Roxalana on opening day at Churchill Downs. We're going to take a quick pause to welcome in our regional networks, but do stay with us as we have a lot more live racing still to come. We'll talk about that stakes action from Churchill Downs and Belmont Park as well. And there's a lot more exciting action coming up on America's Day at the races. Stay with us as we take that quick pause. You're watching America's Day at the Races. If you're just tuning in on Bally Sports Southern California, we're very happy to have you with us. Acacia Clement alongside former champion jockey Richard Magliore, Maggie Wolfendale, Gary Stevens with us today as well, Richie. And we are about 4 races in at Belmont Park, and we've seen some big prices, and the last couple, the favorites have been victorious.
Kind of balancing out those first 2 races where we had some huge prices. Dylan Davis, already 2 on the day, contributed a really nice ride on Shamalama Ding Dong coming up the rail.
Absolutely did. Shamalama Ding Dong, the most fun name to say in horse racing, back on the turf, making her first start of the season for trainer Christophe Clement as Shamalama Ding Dong gets the win for Tick Stables. And this filly by Upstart, who amazingly looks to have one of the favorites in both the Oaks and the Derby, by the way, too, with Kathleen Owens-Andon.
How about that? That's a pretty strong stat.
I'll say. $5.10 winner as we head down to the winner's circle as Maggie Wolfendale has more.
Here with Christophe Clement, Shamalama Ding Dong. You didn't name that one, did you?
I don't think so.
I'm just kidding. But she got the right trip. Dylan Davis has had so much success for you lately. What can you speak about him as a rider?
Hardworking, he's got a brain, he tries hard, and that's enough for me.
And we'll see you tomorrow, well represented in the elusive quality with one of the venerable New York breds, Therapist. A horse like him, he stays around. What has been the secret to his longevity?
Lately, he has not been winning, so I'm not sure if that's a secret or not. We'd like him to win a bit more often. We like him because obviously, I raised him with my owner, Mr. Dick Leahy, but he's a fun horse, New York bred. He tries very hard, perfectly sound. We always gave him the winter off, which I guess is one of the reasons why he's still around.
Is he kind of like the family pet now? I'm sure that's your wife. No, I'm kidding.
Yes, it is. I think he was one of the favorites when he was winning, and he's still one of the favorites. At some stage, we'll have to think about pulling the plug in order for him to retire and have a nice life. But at the moment, he's still running.
Well, we're going to root for him tomorrow and get that win. Christophe, congratulations, though, with Shamalama Ding Dong.
Thank you so much.
I'm glad I don't have to say that name anymore, Acacia.
Me too, Maggie. It's so much fun. And Therapist, Christophe is being modest. Yes, it's been a while since Therapist has seen the winner's circle. Richie, and we'll see him tomorrow in the elusive quality. But this is a horse who's now a 7-year-old. Christophe co-bred him with Dick Leahy's Oak Bluff stable and the success that they've had together throughout the years. And this is a horse that he's just as consistent as they come.
Shows up every time. He's earned over $730,000. I think the 7/8 suits him as well. It's an interesting distance. Some horses that don't really quite want the mile. I mean, Therapist gets the mile fine, but I think 7 furlongs will intensify his closing kick.
Do right by your horses, and they will do right by you. We'll see if Therapist can find the winner's circle once again tomorrow. But as we get ready to take a quick time out here on America's Day at the Races, don't forget we have more from Oakland Park as well coming up. Race number 3 at Hot Springs, Arkansas. More on that. We'll talk about the field and some picks after this.
Perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big cap.
It's known agenda for St. Tobias Stable. Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, getting set for the third race at Oakland Park. $25,000 claiming race. This is for non-winners of 2 in life. And taking a look at the field here, Motion Picture, currently the favorite. Once again, those guys, Robertino Diodoro and David Cohen, move the board. Here is the field, starting with the 1, Bourbon Delight.
Broke maiden for 20 last time, runs back for 25 against winners, bit tougher.
Looking at the 2, Rift Valley.
Rift Valley ran well for claiming 10's, been popular at that price. Strong close, would like to see a fast pace.
Stepping up in class off the claim and feeling sharp out there on track. Here's the 3, Pure Rocket.
Broke maiden for 30, tried $40,000 companies, had a bit of a freshening since the middle of February, and comes back here on the drop.
Here's the 4, Deal Me In, Bud.
Deal Me In, Bud turned back in distance off a decent effort going a mile back in February.
Number 5, Staying Out Late.
Staying Out Late showed promise early on. Last 2 races have been disappointing. He's had a little bit of trouble leaving the gate, but takes a precipitous drop in class.
Very big drop in class. And here's the number 6, River Redemption, also taking a little bit of a drop.
Drop in class, you get 5-pound apprentice aboard, so you get a little break in the weights. Certainly a horse that could contend.
Next will be your favorite. Here's Motion Picture.
There's that move again. Claimed for 40, drops for 25. Diodoro, blinkers on. Should be tough.
Didn't work in the first, did in the second. Will it work in the third? Here's the 8, June Sandra.
Horse that doesn't possess a tremendous amount of speed. Would like to see things probably heat up on the front end and try to come with a run, but it would be a surprise.
Sorry, I got the hiccups starting the post right there, but I think we're okay now. That's the field for the third race at Oakland Park. We'll take a look at the standings here at Oakland and what's been going on. The trainer standings, Steve Asmussen leads Robertino Diodoro by 13 on the board.
A tremendous meeting. Steve Asmussen, he just wins everywhere. He's got an incredible crew of assistants. He's a tremendous horse person. Robertino Diodoro got off to a bit of a slow start at Oakland. Obviously got back on track. Pretty strong group of trainers there.
Certainly, some firepower, that's for sure. And the top 2 trainers in the standings are in play in this third race as we welcome in Gary Stevens once again. Gary, Steve Asmussen, we've seen him successful at Oakland with the low claiming races all the way up to those top graded stakes.
Yeah, he's got depth. He's got horses of all class. Does a good job with all of them. He's not afraid to drop one down for a price as he's doing in here, getting some class relief today. But listen, Robertino Diodoro not going down without a fight. I've seen these guys get on a roll before where they'll rattle off 6, 7 races in a row, 8 races. He's up against it, being 13 down right now, but he's not going down without a fight. Robertino's not. He's still continuing to bring fresh horses in to run at this meet. Listen, there's only 3 draw days left. They enter tomorrow for next Friday's races, and then Monday and Tuesday for Saturday and Sunday, the final 2 days of the meet. It's been an interesting meet. We've seen all kinds of weather here. Wind's blowing right now. This track has really dried out, and they came home pretty slow in that last race. There's a pretty good headwind coming down through the stretch. As you can see, the flags were blowing pretty good here. It's not really gusting. It's just a steady, like 15 to 20 mile an hour wind. Very comfortable out here, but the track is a little loose and on the sandy side because of the depth and dryness of it, guys. But yeah, it's been interesting watching these battle back and forth. But as Richie said, Robertino Diodoro, that first couple weeks of the meet, he had just a run of second place finishes, mostly for M&M stables, and they did get back on track. They both had exceptional meets. Another guy who had an exceptional meet was Brad Cox. He's third in the standings with, I believe, 29 wins. So a different kind of class of horses. He's got depth as well, but he ran a lot of good horses. He was shipping a lot of horses between New Orleans and here in Hot Springs. Got all 3 of these outfits have big stables, have multiple satellite training facilities. There's also a big training facility here that both Asmussen and Diodoro, they house a lot of horses themselves. I think that they've each got 80 horses, 80 head of horses out at these training facilities as well. So, you know, I would say that it's pretty well wrapped up, but you could never call it the end of the fight until it's completely over with. Guys?
Isn't that the truth? Gary, thank you. They don't run the races on paper, right? Anything can happen in horse racing. Back at Belmont Park, meanwhile, we turn the page and get ready for the 5th race, maiden claiming race sprinting on the main track, as we'll go to Maggie Wolfendale for a paddock report. Maggie.
We'll start things off down here in the paddock with 2 Rudy Rodriguez runners. One making his first start for the barn is number 1, Sean the Hammer. A little bit girthy when he came out of the saddling stalls there, and girthy is a term we use when they put that the 2 girths on, because they have a normal girth and an overgirth when dealing with jockey saddles, that they just get a little cinchy. It's a little bit crampy until they kind of work out the kinks in the skin, and it might be pinching them a little bit. So he should walk out of that. Now, he does go to the dirt after trying the turf first time out, and it's kind of a funny pedigree, even from top and bottom. Cantheros, they can handle any surface. The bottom side, all the dam and the siblings, they ran equally as good of, and buyer speed figure scale, the same races on all 3 surfaces, turf, dirt, and synthetic. So looking at him, he's fine here getting to the dirt, especially sprinting, going the 6.5 is okay. He gets Lasix. I just wish with that layoff in mind, you know, of 8 months, that he just looked a little bit more together. There's just horses in here with recency that just look a little more rounded out, just a little stronger. So I'm going to watch him with interest as he does take that drop from special weight to the maiden 20. As number 4, Hit by a Wave. He showed some brief speed after and then tired pretty badly in that debut, but he does add blinkers today, and I think that helps this guy. Just a shortcut blinker. Look, I wasn't in the paddock. I was actually on the desk on the April 10th race, but nicely put together horse, strong behind the saddle, indicating that I think we'll see the same sort of speed again, and speed that he might actually clear the field this time around, as Dots Dollar did wire the field that day. So I'm a little more intrigued by Hit by a Wave rather than the other Rudy Rodriguez horse. And then on the outside, there's number 9, Mr. JT, who has certainly had his chances as this career start number 12, but he hasn't had that many chances on a fast track. It seemed as though throughout the winter he was a horse that was plagued by wet tracks, and the argument can be made that he is much better on a fast track, which he gets here today. And this is a horse that I think, you know, with a little bit of warmer weather, is kind of rounding into good physical form for Dave Donk. His coat looks better. He just looks like a better horse, and I think he is on a fast track, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. Mr. JT, intriguing at Belmont Park. Back at Oakland, we are moving towards the starting gate for the 3rd race. 6-5 on the number 7 Motion Pictures. Gary talked about Robertino Diodoro being aggressive as he does trail Steve Asmussen in the standings.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for him to make up that much ground, and you know, of course, Steve would have to not continue to add to his totals, but it's not impossible.
Steve Asmussen's runner, meanwhile, staying out late is where his morning line was, but I think in comparison to the 7, he's a little cold.
Yeah, I would agree, too. I mean, he was basically eased last time. Steve's too good a trainer. The horse has to be doing good enough. He's back in here and takes that drop in class.
One more to load for the 3rd at Oakland Park. Here's track announcer Vic Stauffer with the call.
They're at the post. They're off. Good start for Motion Picture and staying out late. Bourbon Delight is asked for speed. So is Pure Rocket. Deal Me and Bud's going to get out of there. River Redemption is on the front end as well. So 4 of them across the track early. Then June Sandra in the early trailer. At the back of the pack is Rift Valley. So Bourbon Delight wanted the lead, and he's got it from Staying Out Late. Bourbon Delight, a half length. Staying Out Late is second by a neck to River Redemption, 3 deep and tugging at Kylie Jordan. Then it's 2 back to Pure Rocket, 4th with about 4 lengths to make up. Motion Picture just outside of him. Deal Me and Bud is in the pink with about 6 lengths to close. He's 2 in front of June Sandra, and then 4 lengths last to Aaron Court and Rift Valley as they head up the backstretch, and 3 of them continue to go at it. River Redemption 3 wide, Staying Out Late between horses. Bourbon Delight at the rail, and Bourbon Delight still has that neck lead. These 3 are 2.5 in front of Pure Rocket and Motion Picture. 2.5 to Deal Me and Bud. June Sandra and Rift Valley has trailed throughout, and now that 3-horse battle is down to 2 as River Redemption is gone. So Oh, and Motion Picture's gone too. He's going up and down. Motion Picture's not going to get anything. That Lance staying out late on the lead, and Pure Rocket is coming after him. So staying out late is the leader. Pure Rocket alongside. Those two have opened up about 6 lengths on June Sandra, who just took over third. Top of the stretch, staying out late, and Pure Rocket staying out late, a half length in front. Pure Rocket took a run at him at the quarter pole, but now staying out late, leads by 2. June Sandra's third, could get into second, and he's closing. So staying out late is going to have to hold off, and on rushing June Sandra. Staying out late, shifting about. June Sandra trying to catch. Here comes June Sandra in time. June Sandra beat staying out late. Pure Rocket was third. Rift Valley finished fourth.
An upset at Oakland Park in the third race as June Sandra is able to run down, staying out late. We talked a couple times, Richie, on this show today about horses that are tricky to ride. I'd say that this Sun to Tap It falls into that category.
Yeah, keep an eye on him. He's going to get to where the tire tracks are, where they pull the starting gate. He's going to kind of pull a little dipsy doodle in here, staying out late. Ran like he stayed out late. Look at that, kind of jump back to his left lead. You know, he got pressure. He had to move around the turn, and it made him ripe to be picked off. And here came the 8, June Sandra. Francisco Arrieta closing in on David Cabrera, who unfortunately has been injured, had a big lead in the jockey standings, and it's getting desperate late. I feel for him being injured like that. He certainly would have been leading rider.
Absolutely. As we do see a bit of an upset with June Sandra getting the win at Oakland Park. Back at Belmont Park, again, we're getting ready for this maiden claiming race, going 6.5 furlongs on the main track here, and hopefully you are still alive after playing that pick 6 carryover in the first leg. But if you want to play the pick 5, we have some more insight for you as it does kick off here. We welcome in our Jonathan Kinchin with us, and JK, pick 5 starting here in a little bit of a tricky race. How'd you see the sequence?
Well, AC nailed it. I actually think this race is pretty straightforward. I'm going to single a horse to get started here. I'm going to single the 10 towards the outside, Prince of Fenton. It's a horse that ran on the dirt 2 starts back. Ran 5th that day in a maiden special weight race. The first place horse came back and won again. Second place horse came back and won again. Third place horse came back and won. Fourth place horse. The top 4 in front of Prince of Fenton came back and won, matched their figures. I think Prince of Fenton drawn towards the outside should be tough. I'm going to use 9, 10, 11 in the second leg. I wonder what my half birthday is. July 1st. If anyone wants to help me out on Twitter, I'm curious. What is my half birthday? I don't know. I appreciate that. In the third leg, 1, 2, 5, 6. Evan just told me November what? November 1st? Yeah, you might be wrong, Evan. And then into the 1, 2, 5, 6 in the third leg, 2, 3, 6 in the fourth leg. Customer Experience, Flash, Dynamite, and She's a Little Edgy. And then I'm going to single the 5 in the last leg, Box of Joe. And the reason is I love when I can single a horse in the last leg for a couple of reasons. One is you can see a will pay if you're alive to that point, and you can make some decisions about some of the horses maybe you were thinking of including or a little bit worried about. But if you don't get alive to that point, you don't have to waste money on those things you were fearful of. I like singling in the last leg if the opportunity arises.
Jonathan, thank you. Half birthday, I would guess, would be January 1st, right? It's 6 months prior. If
yeah, I got lost with all that. I don't know.
Here's the post parade, starting off with 102 for Rudy Rodriguez, Sean the Hammer.
Sean the Hammer changing surfaces. Maggie talked about the sire Cantaros being a versatile kind of sire. Gets Jose Gomez for Rudy Rodriguez. Has been a pretty strong combination recently.
Here's the number 2, We Ready.
We Ready. One thing that impressed me when Eric Cancel walked up, Eric Cancel, one of our smaller riders, We Ready doesn't look very big, so maybe that's why We is in his name.
That could be. Here is the number 3, Vinny 2 Cents.
Vinny 2 Cents started a maiden allowance, didn't show much, ran for maiden 40, ran a little better, now winds up in maiden 20. Could this drop be the key?
Hit by a Wave, dropping a class.
Yeah, I remember being a kid hit by a wave at Jones Beach, thought I was getting taken out to sea. We'll see with him.
Gelding by Frosted. Here's Raising Sand.
Has had a lot of chances, but also drops in class. Has run for maiden 20 in the past, though.
16-1 right now as we look at the number 6, Dr. Levy.
Yeah, last couple races certainly leave a lot to be desired.
Big price on the board right now. Romantic Man is next.
Yeah, Romantic Man has run some decent races at this level and was only beaten a nose, albeit on a sloppy track. But some of the fast track races are good enough to contend here. Gets Mike Luzzy.
Certainly grab a share at a nice price. Here's a big price on the board. Our boy Cheekham.
Yeah, really just doesn't see any form here that would make me think this horse can contend. Although we saw some surprises earlier in the day.
You certainly did. Mr. JT, Maggie brought up some interesting points about him getting on a fast track.
Yeah, I mean, 2 starts back, he was well beaten, but he was second, and that race is certainly make him a contender here.
6-1 on him, and thought it could be potentially a wide open race. Jonathan did not think so, singling Prince of Fenton in the start of the pick 5.
Well, this is who I liked on paper for a number of reasons. First time going from maiden allowance to maiden 20. Both dirt races were certainly good enough to contend here, and kind of gets the complete makeover. First time gelding, first time with the blinkers on, outside draw, looks good on the racetrack warming up under Manny Franco.
I want to remind everybody that there is no better time to join Naira Bets. Join today and receive a $25 free bet for the Kentucky Derby. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus when signing up with promo code DERBY25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And join now at NairaBets.com to earn that free $25 bet plus a $200 deposit match. Taking a look at the number 1, Sean the Hammer, who does have that versatility in the pedigree. As we heard Maggie say back in the paddock, it's interesting is we didn't see him do much running on debut at Ellis Park in August, and it's a total change in so many different ways today for just his second start.
Yeah, that big drop in class, surface switch, apprentice jockey, different trainer. And why not? I mean, this horse took money on debut, so must have tipped his hand that he'd shown some ability in the morning. Horses don't tend to take a lot of money unless they've trained well, even if, you know, they're higher profile connections like Michael Maker, who had him the first start.
Well, for more on this field warming up, let's go back to Maggie.
Take a look at your current favorite. That's number 10 in here, Prince Fenton of Fenton, as I think JK was mentioning that this horse comes out of at least 2 back the last dirt race. 3 next time out winners, all horses that returned to run very well. He was a bit disappointing on the turf last time out over at Aqueduct, but I caught up with Brittany Russell's assistant here, Amanda Olds, who said, I just got so frustrated with this horse, I literally gelded him the next day. So, you know, when a trainer says that, it usually means that this horse, they show potential, but they're not seeing it out on the racetrack. And boy, does he look fantastic out there. He's moving beautifully. I'm actually more for him, watching him warm up, than what I was back in the paddock, because a lot of times when you geld a horse, especially with the kind of somewhat quick turnaround that this horse has experienced, you don't see the effects of that gelding. And he is a bit of a chunkier type where gelding, yes, is going to lighten him up, but it just hasn't taken effect yet. So I respect him as the shortcut cheater blinkers go on, but we'll see. Is the gelding really going to come through in this effort here? But at least he gets that drop in class, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 8-5 on Prince of Fenton to the outside. Pick 5 kicking off here. Great to see fans with us today at beautiful Belmont Park. Again, still a little bit chilly. It is spring. Maybe the thermometer doesn't exactly say that just yet, but the springtime is here. The warm days are coming, and it's nice in the sun where you can find it.
If you can find it. It has been pretty chilly, and that steady wind doesn't really help things at all. Gary talked about at the opening of Oakland that it was windy, but it was 82 degrees.
I'll take that, that's for sure. Into the gate they go for the 5th at Belmont Park. Here's John and Brielle with the call.
Waiting for Raising Sand and Prince of Fenton. They're all in line. And the rough. Prince of Fenton from the extreme outside. Sean the Hammer from the rail. And Hit by a Wave now moves up in between those two. So it's Sean the Hammer, Hit by a Wave, and Prince of Fenton on the outside. Then it's Mr. JT, who is a close-up fourth, followed on the inside by our boy Cheekham in fifth. Dr. Levy advances on the outside from sixth. Vinny 2 Cents is running in seventh, followed by We Ready down at the rail and in eighth. On the outside is Romantic Man, and farther back is Raising Sand, who trails the field in 10th. The quarter, 23 seconds. It's Hit by a Wave on the inside and Prince of Fenton on the outside. Prince of Fenton narrowly now over Hit by a Wave. Then comes Mr. JT in third. Sean the Hammer down at the rail, back running in fourth, followed by our boy Cheekham. The field comes into the stretch with the favorite, Prince of Fenton, getting clear now by 3. Sean the Hammer comes through on the inside to take second. And then it's We Ready next in third. And on the outside is our boy Cheekham. Sean the Hammer now right alongside of Prince of Fenton. And on the outside, We Ready is coming on. So it's Sean the Hammer and We Ready. And the two of them fight it to the finish. And We Ready got there. We Ready over Sean the Hammer in race 5.
We Ready and Eric Cancel able to get up in time over Sean the Hammer.
15th time was the charm for We Ready, who put in a relentless late rally to get up. Not a very big horse, but showed a big heart today. I was really impressed with the ride by Jose Gomez on the one. Sean the Hammer horse had speed. He allowed his horse to take a breather, drop back around the turn, then produced him with another run. But We Ready got a nice ride from Eric Cancel, who saved the ground, was able to tip out to the clear. We've kind of seen that inside-out move really work today, haven't we, Acacia?
Yeah, we have.
Horses saving ground early, but switching out to the outside paths in the stretch.
Certainly worked out for the top two here as the 10 Prince of Fenton, your favorite, took the lead and looked like he might be home, cutting back in distance, but did end up flattening out as it was tight down to the wire with the number 2, We Ready, outside of the 1, Sean the Hammer. But the 2, We Ready at 8-1. Another little bit of an upset here. Not quite the price of 27-1 that we saw earlier in the card, but still, you'll get a nice little payday here to start the pick 5.
Yeah, certainly not an easy sequence. You know, we had a couple of favorites deliver, but other than that, the first 2 races were tough to come up with, and another upset here.
We'll bring you prices and reactions after this. 5th race at Belmont Park is in the books. We're going to take a quick time out on America's Day at the races. Stay with us as we have more live racing from Belmont Park and Oakland Park after this.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gateway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Run Happy was the #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. A leading dirt sire and now is an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful.
Kicked it into high gear and Smile Happy with a powerful performance. Wins by 2.5.
Run Happy continues his rise and is priced for success. Clips champion Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
You're watching America's Day at the races, as the turtles are telling you, and the duck as well. It's brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. I want to be in that spot. They found the sunshine here, just as we were talking about it.
They looked like they were on guard for that duck. Like they were all like, all right, ready? Let's get him.
Turtle racing coming up next after this. No, I'm kidding. As race 5 at Belmont Park in the books. The number 2, Ready, pulling the upset. Eric Cancel in the saddle.
Nice ride by Eric. He's taking his time, patient, saving ground around these long, wide, sweeping turns. And he makes that inside-out move, that trip that we've seen be very successful this afternoon. And I like when a rider's just patient. Again, it shows that they're being thoughtful. Wait, start picking your way, get out in the clear and come with that big charge. I thought a nice ride on the runner-up as well, showing the hammer. Jose Gomez showing a lot of poise. Horse had speed. He allowed his uncoupled stablemate to take the initiative. He backed off, saved horse, saved ground, came out and just got gunned down late by Eric Cancel. And We Ready gets it done in his 15th start.
Who is ready today? That's for sure. Now, we don't have prices just yet. Still waiting on that official order of finish and the full prices from the 5th at Belmont Park. So bring you those momentarily. We've had our first stake of the meet today in the Affirmed Success, Richie. And tomorrow we do have that Elusive Quality at Belmont Park. We touched on it a little bit earlier on. It's an intriguing race. You've got some big name riders coming in here, big name operations as well. As we take a look at the field here, 7 furlongs on the Widener, and this is a distance that really is kind of something that's unique to Belmont Park, as you will see some horses that have been going shorter, some that are going longer, and they all can kind of either cut back or stretch out to succeed at this distance.
Yeah, it's kind of a hybrid distance. We don't see that many 7 furlong turf races here. I think it suits several of the contenders in here. I like Joel Rosario getting aboard Therapist. He produces horses with that last run so well in turf sprints. Value proposition obviously appreciates the 7 furlongs. I think he's a horse that's going to be very tough to beat, turning back from the mile last time where he showed more speed and maybe even lost a little bit of interest. I think he'll have enough company early on, or horses to keep his focus. Strong run here, 7/8.
And on that point of some quirky horses, he's one that we know he wears what's called a burr on his right cheek to apply a little bit more pressure and give the rider a little bit more control, as you saw him kind of a little bit all over the place there in the stretch. As a rider, do you find that those types of horses struggle a little bit when put on the lead?
Well, absolutely, because again, they've already got these, little proclivities to do things wrong, and if they're on the lead, they have a little too much time to think about things like that. And just so people understand what the bar is, right? It just puts enough pressure on certain sensitive portions of a horse's mouth that it'll make it easier for the rider to steer them. And he's always shown that propensity to want to lug in. But 7 furlongs, I think, the pace is sharp enough. Riders have to get in his mouth, doesn't have to fight with him. Should make him easier to handle.
Manny Franco will be aboard once again, as he rode him last time out in the Dangerous Hour, where he did finish 3rd. Back here today, meanwhile, we have the prices ready for you. $18.80 winner, We Ready. The 3-2 favorite, Prince of Fenton, will have to settle for 3rd today, as we've seen some good favorites winning. We've seen some big upsets as well, and that means over 3,000 in that early pick 5.
Yeah, I think a very tough sequence. We Ready took him 15 tries, but he got it done with a relentless late rally under a terrific ride by Eric Cancel. And our first stake of the year, though, big favorite, New York Traffic, got it done. Certainly justified his very short price.
Yes, he did indeed. Taking a look at the field for the 6th at Belmont Park. Here's what's coming up next. 6 furlongs on the turf, $30,000 claiming race. Non-winners of 2 in life. The number 3, Runaway Rocket for Bill Mott, is currently the favorite. We turn the page, though, and go over to Oakland Park, as the 4th race is our next order of business. The Arkansas Breds in the spotlight here. Horses in the paddock. We'll talk more about this 4th at Oakland Park after this break on America's Day at the Races.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oakland Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. What happened to our turtle friends?
That was pretty cool. There's a lot of wildlife at Belmont Park. There's rabbits, there's hawks, there's raccoons, possums, obviously turtles and ducks.
I love it. Race 4 at Oakland Park coming up next. 6 furlongs for the Arkansas breds. Here's the field, starting with the number 1, Lady Astrid.
Inside, horse ran really big. 3 starts back. Last couple starts, a little bit tougher. Struggled.
Here's the number 2, Solwi.
Has really done nothing wrong. 3 starts, 2 seconds and a win, but is facing some seasoned rivals here.
She's 5-1 right now. Here's the 3, Uchi.
Uchi would be a surprise. This horse has had a lot of chances, has 1 win to show for 15 efforts.
17-1 on the board right now. Here's Mocha Kiss.
I think this horse's last race points this horse out as definitely a contender. Like the last race, saw Chelsea Bailey win a race earlier on the card. Seen a lot of improvement from this young lady, apprentice jockey, finishing stronger and stronger.
Looking at the number 5, Heated Argument now.
Yeah, Heated Argument. The last couple races I thought were a little lean, had pretty much good trips, just really couldn't capitalize on it.
3rd last time out behind Mocha Kiss. Here's Euro Me.
Euro Me, first time off the Steve Asmussen claim. Horse runs good figures and should be looking to pounce late. You get Isaac Castillo, who's been riding more and more for trainer Steve Asmussen.
And a couple more left in the post right. Here's My Dam's Attitude.
Yeah, My Dam's Attitude, turning back in distance, trying to, maybe intensify that late turn of foot.
And here's the 8, Tap It Right.
Tap It Right. Another one, kind of more of a closing type, would like to see a fast pace and come with a run. We've seen that move working pretty well at Oakland today. Horses kind of making that final run down the middle of the track, getting the best of it.
Well, there's no better time to join Naira Bets. Join today and receive a $25 free bet for the Kentucky Derby. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus when signing up with promo code DERBY25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at nairabets.com to earn that free $25 bet plus a $200 deposit match. That's the field for the 4th at Oakland Park as we welcome in Jonathan Kinchin once again. JK, like a little bit of a price in here?
I do. I like the 7, My Damn's Attitude. It's one of those races where when you first look at it, you're looking for someone to take advantage of their speed. But there just isn't a horse in here that I think can take advantage of that speed. If you look at the pace figures, they're all pretty close together. I don't feel like anyone's going to really open up. It's one of those races where I feel like the closers will be invited into the race, the 7, My Damn's Attitude. If you look 4 races back, this horse won sprinting, a closing sprinter. And a lot of times there's this assumption with Kentucky Derby around the corner, it's always kind of an interesting topic, that as they go longer as a closing horse, that they're going to appreciate that added ground. But like Acacia just kind of mentioned earlier, it actually sometimes can dull their late kick. I think that the 7, My Damn's Attitude will be asked to kind of stay into the race a little bit. And then when they turn for home, when some of the others might be getting a little bit tired, it feels like My Damn's Attitude's going to have kind of that base cutting back to be able to reproduce that run back on January 28th where the maiden special weight was won. So I'm hoping that this horse will stay close. Just stay close. And if only I was lucky enough to have my friend Gary Stevens riding this horse, I would say, gee, please stay close.
JK, I'm gonna go with a different horse in here. I'm gonna go with the 2-horse Soul We, lightest racehorse in here. She looked great walking into the paddock, all dappled out. She was walking proud. She's only run 3 times. Was second first time out. Then they stretched her out to 1 mile and a 16th. She was second again. They shortened her back up, and she got the money that day as well. And I was impressed by her. I think she's got to have to step it up to beat these fillies. Freddie Manrique in from Lone Star Park, picking up the mount. David Cabrera, who Richie talked about earlier, unfortunately was injured earlier this meet, but he will be back riding here soon. I find out from his agent, Jose Santos. So, and I think you're going to have to deal with Euro Me. Euro Me's been very popular at the claim box, claimed last 3 outs, coming off of a win, now running for Steve Asmussen, takes the needed raise up in class off the claim. Those are my 2 horses for me. Sorry, JK. Back to you, Acacia.
Gary, thank you. 2-1 on Euro Me right now. And some good news to hear from Gary as well, Richie. David Cabrera is so unfortunate with the trajectory that he was on and the terrific meet that he was having at Oakland Park. And some terrific news that he'll be back in the saddle soon.
Absolutely. You know, it was a tough fall, a hard-looking fall, and obviously he was injured. So, you know, the bad news is, yeah, there's always disappointment about missed opportunities, certain mounts, miss maybe opportunity to be leading rider, but the fact that he's going to be okay and he'll be back in the saddle and competing before too long is the best news, because as ugly as it looked, it could have been much worse.
Yeah. Francisco Arrieta has continued to have a strong meet. He'll be aboard My Damn's Attitude, who Jonathan liked. And I wanted to get back to something that he had said that we've talked about before, cutting back in distance. Sometimes a horse that is forward, going longer, kind of gets run off their feet when going shorter.
Yeah, no doubt. But, you know, those kind of horses, if allowed to drop out and just get comfortable, get in a rhythm and make that one big pop, that turn of foot should be intensified going shorter. Just what Jonathan was talking about. You know, people see a horse closing at shorter distances and go, oh, when this horse goes further.
Yeah.
And basically their run peters out. It tapers off.
Yep.
They just don't have the ability to sustain it. I loved riding closing sprinters. They were exciting and they were fun to ride.
Sometimes that doesn't translate, those stretching out, but you have that stamina, that foundation when cutting back, which is what My Damn's Attitude is doing. Gary likes the look of the 2 Soul We for Ron Moquette. The favorite continues to be the number 6, Euro Me. Here's Vic Stauffer.
And heated argument break well. Mocha Kiss is close up. Lady Astrid is at the rail and Tap It Right in the center. Then comes My Damn's Attitude and Euro Me, and the trailer is Soul Way. Up the backstretch with Mocha Kiss, heated argument, and Uchi right across the racetrack. These 3 are 2.5 lengths clear of Lady Astrid and Tap It Right. Euro Me is 6th with about 4 lengths to make up. She's 2.5 in front of My Damn's Attitude. The trailer is Soul Way, 6 lengths first to last as they leave the backstretch. Uchi. Between horses Mocha Kiss and a 3-wide heated argument. Here's Euro Me to move up into 4th. She's a neck in front of Tap It Right in 5th. 2 lengths to Lady Astrid, who drops back, joined and passed by My Damn's Attitude, and Soul Way has trailed throughout, and the leader is Heated Argument. Heated Argument just in front of Mocha Kiss. Tap It Right and John Geraldo to the outside, moved within a length of the lead. Her and Euro Me are together. My Damn's Attitude and Francisco Arrieta on the move. So is Solway in the center. Heated argument just in front. My Damn's Attitude. Eurome splits horses. Mocha Kiss at the rail. My Damn's Attitude now takes over the lead. Eurome and Mocha Kiss 3 in a row. Arietta, My Damn's Attitude. My Damn's Attitude won by 3. I think Eurome just beat Mocha Kiss for second. Solway finished fourth.
Number 7, My Damn's Attitude. Heard Jonathan make a case for this horse, cutting back in distance with that foundation. And as you heard Vic Stauffer in the call, 3 in a row for Francisco Arietta.
Yeah, good call by Jonathan. This horse came storming down the middle of the track. Again, it seems like that's the trend today, a little bit at Oakland horses, rallying outside, having the best of it. A little bit unlucky for Eurome, the 6, kind of got stymied a bit in traffic, a little blind switch, had a switch to the inside, didn't really ever regain the momentum, but My Damn's Attitude was very good on the turn back.
Impressive win at Oakland Park. Bring you prices in a little while. It's time for us to say farewell on the desk. You'll be back reporting a little bit later on.
Yeah, the last 2, I'll be out there. Hopefully I can find some sun.
Well, we look forward to hearing your thoughts there. But for now, we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale and get her thoughts on the horses in the paddock for race 6. Maggie.
Well, Richie, you missed the worst day. It's definitely better today, so I don't think you'll freeze out here this time around. But well done, guys. Looking forward to hearing from you a bit later as well, Richie. But taking a look at the horses in the paddock for this race, as it's a claiming non-2 life 30 going the 6 furlongs on the turf. We'll start with the favorite, number 3, Runaway Rockette. And she's turning back in distance. And looking at her physically, like, no, not really. But watching her races, I kind of get it, especially in her last race where she broke from an outside post position, was 3 to 4 wide in the first turn, was very strong into the bridle. So headstrong behind that pace, which she's going to get a quicker pace out in front of her this time around. And then kind of Joel Rosario forced to make that wide move, early move around the turn, and then she flattened out. So right there, that trip and the way that she ran that race indicates to me that she's going to appreciate the turn back in distance, as she is affixed with a breast collar, that strap connecting from the saddle, either side of the saddle, around her neck, because she is a very narrow frame filly where that saddle is going to have the propensity to slip back. But I think she's intriguing with this turn back. She's sharp too, as we'll move on to the outside with number 10, Freedom of the Press, second off of the layoff for Linda Rice. Heard from connections that she acted up pretty badly. I wasn't in the paddock that day prior to that effort, in which she was just wide, and then she came up pretty flat as she was a short price coming back. 2, she's a bit of a big, heavy-bodied filly where racing into fitness is probably going to be what she needs. She looks fit here, and she so far has been behaving herself, as we'll take a look at a bit of a long shot trying the turf for the first time. Number 6, Bistrita for Jeremiah Englehart. Gormley's have been very good on the turf in his first crop, and there isn't much turf pedigree immediately. There was one in the second generation that handled it, but she does have a turf hoof, bit of a lighter framed filly. Wish she had filled out a bit. Definitely has a turf hoof look to her, so we'll see how she does on the turf here as we are getting close to the start of this late pick 4 here. We'll have a post parade on the other side of this break. Stay tuned. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front.
It's Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic.
Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the one-word.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
Hello, you've reached the offices of West Point Thoroughbreds. Please leave your name and your number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, starting to move now. He's 4th. He's on the outside now. He's pressing him now. There's the 1, the 7, and the 6. He's on the lead. There's another horse on the inside of him. He's pulling away. He's going to win this race.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside, and they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We continue on America's Day at the Races on FS2 Regional Networks out in Southern California. It's brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can play it all. Download the app, go to nairabets.com to get involved. Late Pick 4 coming up on this first Friday of the meet here at Belmont Park. Greg Wolf, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Good to see you here at Belmont for the first time.
I know. It feels like we haven't been here in forever together.
Since the fall.
It's great to be back at Belmont. Nice day today, again, like yesterday. A little bit less wind, a little bit warmer out. Terrific weekend of racing coming up, and looking forward to talking about this late pick 4 here on the show.
Yeah, good sequence ahead. Just because of the last race being so wide open is one of the big reasons I wanted to play the pick 5 and the pick 4.
The last race is very wide open. Even the logicals don't seem like they're that logical.
That's a good way to put it. I completely agree. The 6th race to start this pick 4, 6 furlongs on the turf. $30,000 claiming race, and runners have not won 2 lifetime in this spot. We start with, of all the gin joints for George Weaver.
Yeah, tries the turf again after not doing any running last time, though against much tougher. I couldn't find an excuse, though.
30-1 blind sight, Kendrick Carmouche.
This one would blow up this pick 6.
8-5 favorite. Runaway Rocket, Belmont.
Yeah, it's hard to find a worse 8-5 shot than a horse that probably wants to go longer and has had its fair of chances. Fair share of chance. She can win, but she's overbet in here.
Write this down. Dylan Davis at 8-1.
She is my top choice in this race. Jeffrey Engelhardt's horses have been running like wildebeests for a while, and last time she was running the turf, she ran well enough in some of her races, and it wasn't when he was hot as a pistol.
1 for 50 on Appreciate.
Yeah, probably going to be 1 for 51, but she does manage to get 2nd and 3rd fairly often.
Bistrita will try the turf for the first time.
Second foal from this one. There is a little turf in the second generation, and Gormley's can sprint in the turf. You want to take a flyer?
1 for 24 on Wicked Happy.
I tell you what, though, I won't be shocked if this horse gets at least a little bit of a piece of it.
Yeah, getting back to the lawn certainly has been better on the grass. Half birthday, just put it all together. Maiden breaking win last time out, sprinting on the grass.
Yeah, I get it, but she comes back in 7 days. Tom Morley's striking while the iron's hot. I don't like her chances against a tougher bunch.
Freedom of the Press, Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano.
She was her own worst enemy in her return last time out. She drops down, and if she runs back to her best turf race, she will beat this field, but it's hard to trust her.
Surprised she's a bigger price than the 9.
I think she's an overlay, but I don't trust her, but I think she's an overlay.
And Candy Monet, the 11 outside, blinkers on David Donk, Jorge Vargas Jr.
You know, she's got one good turf race. I don't know. It's hard for me to be optimistic, but I can understand why she has her fans.
So here's the current favorite. This is, again, Runaway Rocket for Belmont. Couple of mile races the last 2 starts. Let's go back to Gulfstream 2 back when she was only beat a half length at close to 4-1.
Right, but the problem with this race was it was just not a particularly strong group, and she was going a distance of ground. We'll show Belmont's stat, perhaps, where he doesn't have particularly strong numbers turning back on the turf, so I don't have any real reason to believe this is a good move. It's more of a move of desperation. And, Greg, what do you make of the fact that she ran just 9 days ago at Keeneland? I mean, he's sort of rushing her into this spot, right?
You can view it both ways, right? Maybe
didn't view it a lot of ways.
Maybe didn't do a lot of running, and Mott feels confident to bring her back. I'm with you, though. The sprint question is the biggest concern.
Yeah. And there's 2 ways to put it. From a gambling standpoint, you and I are never going to bet this horse at 8-5. If you own her and you train her, you're running her in a race where she's 8-5. So no one can tell you you're not running her in the right spot. Exactly. If you're always going to be if you're 8-5 in races, anyone that tells you you're in the wrong spot is wrong. Even if you don't want to bet the horse, you don't like it. And I'm just going to bet against this horse 7-5 now. I feel like the public's almost going hog wild for her because they don't want to trust anybody else. But what makes her so good?
Well, let's get more from Maggie.
We'll take a look at the horse to her outside, and that's number 4. Write This Down. I thought everything that Andy said was kind of spot on with regards to the Jeffrey Englehart barn and how their year has gone so far. And it's kind of mirrored in the way that Write This Down looks. And look, she's another year older. I know she ran in February, but I'm just kind of, last time I saw her was during the fall last year. And she just has blossomed. She's done well. She's filled out. She looks great getting back to the turf. And her turf sprint races, especially at the 5.5 or 6, make her a legitimate player here. I think she's very intriguing. And she's a juicy price of 7 to 1. Not going to be surprised when she's able to pull off the upset, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 7 to 1. Write this down. Dylan Davis had a 2-win opening day of the meet. Good way to start things off. And here's another look at the 10. So Freedom of the Press at 75 buyer in that maiden victory at Aqueduct. That was 6 furlongs sprinting. Certainly a return to that. Going to make this filly tough to beat. But the problem is she came back and disappointed back in April.
There were some issues in her last start. She kind of took a lot of encouragement to get out of the turf course, to get to the gate, and I think that she, for whatever reason, just wasn't feeling like running a race that day. Now, listen, just because it happened last time doesn't mean it can't happen again, and maybe she has some other, things going on in her head that prevent her from running her best race. But I think you can forgive it. And she also was 3 to 4 wide that day on a day where you really needed to be saving ground on the turf courses at Aqueduct. So she has a sort of trip excuse as well. And I know she's only 3 to 1. I'd rather take her at 3 to 1 than the 3 at 3 to 2, simply because you know that she can be effective sprinting on the turf.
Yeah. There's the favorite, though, stepping in. So cut back in distance. Bill Mott, Jose Ortiz, Frank Fletcher Racing. Daughter of Into Mischief. Certainly got to prove it. Can she win going shorter? Very good race 2 back we showed you. That was going a mile. And Gulfstream also that quick return as well. Just 9 days coming back. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call. It's the start of this pick 4 on this Friday card.
Roll in. And they're off. Freedom of the Press is out first from the rail of all the gin joints. Moves up to challenge of all the gin joints. Now takes the lead. Freedom of the Press runs in second. Runaway Rocket is next in third. And on the outside is Candy Monet next in fourth. Half Birthday runs in fifth with Blind Sight on the inside in sixth. Write This Down's in between horses in seventh. Then comes Appreciate. And on the outside, Wicked Happy. And farther back is the trailer. Bistrita in 10th, though, taking up there, or steadying there, was number 4, Write This Down, as the field goes around the far turn. Of all the gin joints and Freedom of the Press, the two of them right together. Candy Monet on the far outside in third. In behind is Runaway Rocket. Next in fourth, followed by Half Birthday and Blind Sight. They're in the stretch now, the half and 45 and 4 of all the gin joints and Freedom of the Press. Freedom of the Press on the outside of all the gin joints continues to battle on down at the rail. Freedom of the Press has the lead of all the gin joints in second, and it will be Freedom of the Press. Wins at the end by a length and a half of all the gin joints, was second. Half Birthday finished third. Candy Monet completes the superfecta.
Freedom of the Press getting back to that impressive performance when she broke her maiden sprinting. That was 6 furlongs on the turf at Aqueduct. Win number 2 in her last 3 starts.
For a second, I thought the Notice had this horse because there was such a commotion going on behind us. We had him yesterday, and they were celebrating. And of course, my friend Aaron Yagodin, he's got a team of about 15 people behind us getting this one home. And clearly there was something amiss with her mentally last time out. And I think you kind of knew at the start, Greg, when she broke as sharply as she did and put herself into the game, that she was going to run today. And, by the way, a surprisingly good effort from the horse down at the rail of all the gin joints. I mean, a completely different effort. And give Eric Cancel credit, who gave a great ride to win the 5th race, putting this horse in the front end. I didn't expect her to see her in front, did you?
No, and actually, Runaway Rocket, I thought the way this race started, she was going to run a big one. Nowhere in the end.
She was close to the beginning, but the reality is, and we talk about this so often, turf sprinting is such a specific talent. And she's not that good to begin with. Mott took a shot. Can't blame him for doing it. Didn't work out. And as we said before the race, of the logical horses, she seemed to be the more likely of the two.
22-1 underneath. 3-1 your winner. Freedom of the Press. 10-1. 9-11. Pick 4 underway. Favorite defeated. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. We're going to look ahead to the weekend as well. Opening weekend at Belmont Park. It includes the elusive Quality on Saturday. 7 furlongs on the turf. Chad Brown, value proposition. Klarovich Stables, horse who loves it on the Belmont lawn. 4 for 7 here. We'll try and add another stakes victory. We'll be back.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes-winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire Maker Extraordinaire, Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Good to have you with us. Pick 4 underway on this Friday card here in Elmont, New York, and Freedom of the Press. Jose Lezcano, Linda Rice team up with this 4-year-old filly.
Yeah, and she really tipped her hand at the start. It's, you know, we talk about this a lot. The break can be so important. When a horse like this broke, I mean, she literally outbroke the field by about a half length. And when a horse like this is able to put herself in the game, and the 1 being the speed from the inside, if the 10 didn't have as much speed as she had today, Greg, she was never going to run this horse down because the 1 was really game down the inside, a big, big price.
Yeah, George Weaver, trainer of the 1 coming off that big meet at Aqueduct Spring. And although this one did not win, running big in defeat at 22-1. 10-1, 9 again. That 50-cent trifecta over $312 as we move on to race 7. $20,000 claiming race. 6 furlong sprint. And Cecilia Mike, I thought was going to be awfully tough in this spot.
I thought so too. I thought it was very obvious. I really like the 7 who scratched in here, and Cecilia Mike was my second choice in there, my backup. I know we talk about paces not materializing here, but between the likes of Montauk Daddy and Fast Break and Quality Stones, it's a little hard to believe we're not going to have at least a little bit of pace in this race. And Celia Mike's been in very good form, was even able to win a race with no pace 2 back, and he's not a very trustworthy horse because he doesn't win that often, but his recent form is very, very tough, and with Greg, I think he's much the horse to beat.
6-5 favor right now. The public agrees. We'll have the post parade on that 7th at Belmont coming up in just a little bit this weekend. Here we go. Chad Brown, Klarovich getting started with the first of many you would think here. Elusive Quality, and they send out value proposition. Had to do it on the front end at Aqueduct in that dangerous hour, but a horse who loves it at Belmont.
Yeah, he really didn't run that badly in that race when you consider how far back the horse he dueled with Rinaldi ran. And this is the same distance at Belmont in the Oyster Bay last fall. 7 furlongs is good for him. He's got enough speed to put himself in the game, but also hopefully the paces are a little quicker and he doesn't get his rank. And he is a horse that sometimes you feel like he's his own worst enemy, kind of turning his head and not getting it done. He's quality, he's got talent, but he does have some real competition in here. Labber Sinclair to his outside is a very good turf horse that I think 7 furlongs hits, though he's coming back off relatively short rest from Dubai. I think your favorite horse on the outside, Therapist, picking up Joel Rosario and getting that 7 furlongs elongated sprint at Belmont, that's really the perfect distance for him. And even on the inside, Penalty, is it? The new gelding?
Yeah.
He could be dangerous as well.
Toro Strike, want to give another shot too?
He's a total wild card. Todd Pletcher.
Yeah.
I mean, his European form is A-okay.
Group 3 winner, yeah.
Yeah.
Goodwood.
No,
6-1 morning line.
You know, what do you think? Maybe he's 5.5. He ran once in this country, if you're not familiar with him, at Fairgrounds, and he sort of attended the pace before falling apart. But maybe he needed that race. Though it's hard to believe that Todd Pletcher shipped him to Fairgrounds thinking he needed a race, right? It's just not. That's a long way to go to get a tightener, but who knows? Maybe he really wanted to win the Elusive Quality.
That is a very interesting prep for the Elusive Quality for sure. That is the 9th on the card tomorrow on a tremendous Saturday of action at Belmont and across the country. It's part of the cross-country Pick 5 sequence as well. It's the 4th of 5 legs of that sequence. Belmont, Oakland comprise that cross-country Pick 5. Again, on your NYRA Bets wagering account, look for XCP5 for that cross-country Pick 5. Good luck to everybody. Kicks off at 4:25 Eastern tomorrow with that 7th at Belmont. We're going to take a timeout. We will be back. More coming up from Hot Springs, Arkansas as well. And we'll get you to Oakland. Their 5th race. Start of the late Pick 5 on this Friday afternoon is coming up.
Idle perfectly timed. Idle gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable. Race Adler, a scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire. The Fasig Tipton Mid-Atlantic 2-year-olds in training sale, showcasing more than 600 juveniles, all on a dirt racetrack. Recent Grade 1 winners include Beyond Brilliant, Gamine, Gut Stormy, and Switzerland. Graded stakes winners Informative and Morello, plus stakes winners from coast to coast. Among the nation's top juvenile sales by Grade 1 wins. Join us after the Preakness, May 23rd and 24th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be cow bred.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you in part by Run Happy. Champion sprinter, never lost in his career while sprinting, now standing at Claiborne Farm. And of course, he's got Derby contender Smile Happy trying to take it all on that run for the Roses coming up that first Saturday in May.
But Mac has abandoned him to be making a big bet apparently on Epicenter, or is it switching to Zan? Do we know for sure?
I have not got confirmation.
Yeah, is there some, we're not really sure. Zan apparently worked well this morning.
Again,
and it's hard,
lights
you
out.
know, I don't know if you hear it because you rarely hear about the workouts for the Derby.
There's a lot of horses working really well, including that Japanese horse, Crown Pride.
You know, in general, I want to hear about the ones that aren't working well.
Yeah.
Because these are really good horses pointing for the biggest race of their career. They better be working well.
Exactly.
Right.
2 minutes to post here at Oakland. Again, this starts the late pick 5, 6 furlong sprint. Arkansas bred runners. Here's Spurwink Lane.
Yeah, Spurwink Lane feels like he'll be somewhat forward in what could be a quick pace, but I don't know if he's faster than Truly a Rocket.
26-1. Next door, this horse won against Open Company at Hawthorne late last year.
Yeah, but just seems to have run mostly in cheaper races and hard to endorse off the last race unless you want to go second off a layoff.
Proud Victoria for Alan Milligan.
I didn't particularly like this horse, but she should get a decent trip behind the speeds.
Double-digit odds next door on B's Little Bumblebee as well.
I like the name, but I don't like the horse.
We jump to the 6, who I actually liked quite a bit. 7-2 on Truly a Rocket.
I like this horse, too. I'm just hoping this horse can outrun the field.
Jumping out of a stakes race, and we're just going to get a look at who we get a look at here coming up, since we're 2 minutes to post. Yeah, 7-2 comes out of the Rainbow Miss. Prior to that, won against Open 30. Exclusively 3-year-olds.
I mean, it was chasing a wicked pace last time. And in a lot of ways, chasing the way this horse did is almost tougher than being the one setting the pace. And you can concede that race. The race 2 back, the dead heat win, I thought was good enough. And I was just hoping this horse would outrun the field, Greg.
Minute to post coming up. Let's get Jonathan's thoughts. JK.
Hi, guys. Last time we went with the closer, which is almost against my religion, closers and dirt sprints, but it happened to work itself out. The 9, I think, is the closer in the dirt sprint here. I'm going to try to beat that horse. I like your idea with the 6, Andy. I'm going to go with the 1 towards the inside, Spurwink Lane. So, horse, when they're drawn towards the inside and they have tactical speed, you kind of know what you're going to get from the rider. I feel comfortable that Martine's going to send away from there, from the inside, because what else are you going to do with the horse with tactical speed in that position? I do like the 6 as well. I'm looking for a horse to wire this field or at least be forwardly placed. My eyes initially went to the 1. This horse had a nice race a couple races back, and that starter optional. Nice early pace figures, nice final number. So I'm hoping that we can keep this 7-2 on the board, and we'll go with the speed this time. Sometimes you got to zig when they're zagging and zag when they're zigging.
JK, good luck. 7-2 as well on Spurwink Lane. And for back to the 9 just for a second, who's the 2-1 favorite. I don't know where this horse is going to be. Horse was steady to the start last time out. It was a no-show at Tampa, but prior to that, it was Colonial. But the horse had tactical speed.
Yeah, I get it. I just, I was thinking about that a little bit last night looking at this horse, but I just think this is a different horse, and the problem is when you start running a little longer, like you ran the turf at a mile 2 back, and see, here's my problem. You see it says steady start. Okay. Yeah, this horse steadied a little, but this horse was not going to be close anyway because they were moving up front in this race. And this was a race that really fell apart a little bit. Actually, I shouldn't say that because the speeds actually finished 4-2-3, so it didn't totally collapse this race. But I'm not really sure that the little bit of a stay at the start really hurt this horse the way the race was run. Also, that was a non-winners of 2 lifetime race, so I think people look and see this horse is dropping down, but this is a tougher race. It's non-winners of 3 lifetime, and I just thought it was a tougher field. I prefer the more forwardly placed horse at a better price than the number 6. I thought this horse might be kind of a trap.
Let's take a look at Truly a Rocket, who's now 3-1. The 6, what we can see of it anyway.
This was my suggestion to show this video, by the way, so I take full credit for this. This is 2 races back when this horse won dead heat. And now that we're showing it, Greg, I remember this race. Do you remember this race? I'm not sure. This was the one that you and I didn't think this was a dead heat. I remember now. This is the one that you and I said there's no way that was a dead heat.
I still don't believe it.
I don't believe it. Right. Now it's all coming back to me. Right. This horse won the race. I don't even know what to say.
Crazy. Deserves an outright win. 3-1 right now, second choice. Snowy conditions, obviously, that day, and much tougher coming out of that Rainbow Miss last time out.
Yeah, and last time was a tough race. I just realized something, actually. This wasn't the horse on the outside. This was the horse on the inside. So, actually, we're not sure this horse actually won that race. This is the horse that you and I think lost that race. This is the horse on the inside that got passed. So, actually, we're kind of wondering if this horse shouldn't be running in an non-winners of 2 lifetime. So now I'm picking a horse that could be out of conditions. In theory.
I still like her.
I still like her, too. I'm not changing. I'm stubborn. I'm staying there. But now it's all starting to come back to me.
But I get, it all came back to that. That race was unbelievable. I guess keep your eyes on where the 9 is going to be early in this race. Shouldn't be issues out of the gate this time, drawn outside.
No, I agree. And, I watched the head-on of the last race, and
you didn't think it was that bad?
I couldn't tell if the rider kind of wanted out of there anyway. You know what I mean? Because it got maybe a smidgen tight. It's sometimes tough to watch because, unfortunately, the head-ons, they show them, they start the video and they're coming out of the gate. It would be nice if you had like a second and a half to get yourself set. I'm not sure the horse stayed as much as the rider just didn't want to be in there.
And the problem for the 1, potentially the 8, Denali Rocket's got some speed as well. Vic Stauffer, here's the start of the late pick 5.
They're off. Spurwink Lane broke very well. Goes to the front from Tiger Bait, Proud Victoria, Beeslow Bumblebee, and Denali Rocket. Truly a Rocket is next, then 5 Queens, followed by Rosemary B and Flowers for Chantel, and the trailer is Warm Beauty. Spurwink Lane and Martine Garcia up the backstretch, a half length in front of Proud Victoria. It's a length and a half to Truly a Rocket. Tiger Bait is 4th at the rail and 2.5 off the lead. Denali Rocket has 5 lengths to make up. She's joined to the outside by Rosemary B. Between horses Beeslow Bumblebee and 5 Queens at the rail. Flowers for Chantel has about 12 lengths to make up and only 3 furlongs to do it, and she's 5 in front of Warm Beauty. Top of the stretch, Spurwink Lane and Proud Victoria. Spurwink Lane joined by Proud Victoria, and these two are even at the top of the lane. They are 4 lengths clear of Tiger Bait and Truly a Rocket. Then Rosemary B and Proud Victoria has put away Spurwink Lane. It is Proud Victoria now a 2.5 length lead on Spurwink Lane. Then comes Truly a Rocket, followed by 5 Queens, but Proud Victoria is clear as 16th out, and now she's 5 in front. Spurwink Lane, Truly a Rocket chase her home. Proud Victoria in front. Proud Victoria won by 5. Spurwink Lane was 2nd, Truly a Rocket 3rd. Tiger Bait finished 4th.
This 5-year-old mare dominant against this group. Proud Victoria with the win. John Geraldo, Alan Milligan, 3-1-6.
Yeah, when the 6 didn't really break in here, it kind of made the job easier for the 1, but it also made the winner, the number 3, Proud Victoria's job easier because she was able to sort of get a comfortable stalk over the 1, Spurwink Lane, who really has had nothing in the stretch. And this is a facile winner. I don't think the 6 was winning this race if she broke, but it just sort of made the race kind of an easier setup. And the way they ran around the track together, the 9 had no chance from dead last.
So Proud Victoria, 4th win of her career in 16 starts. Again, 3-1-6 finish. And that pick 5 underway. We'll get to the prices coming up in a moment. Back to New York. The 7th at Belmont, still 8-5 on Cecilia Mike, who you said when we last talked about this race, should get pace to run out even without Cools out of the race.
Yeah, it's hard not to see. And this is another horse that really sort of just started improving. I mean, it's unusual to see 8-year-olds like this sort of start running the best races they've ever run, and I don't think he's run faster figures, but the Wayne Potts barn horses ran for them and continue to run for them, and even though it's Bonnie Lucas, she's the assistant, she's the trainer, and they're running exactly as they were when Wayne was listed as the trainer, and that's well overall.
Yeah, I mean, the last 2 for this horse, just completely different, massive turnaround. So can he keep it going?
And it's sort of coincided with the Wayne Potts barn getting hot.
Post-parade coming up. Again, Al Cools, the one who would have had the rail, speed inside, is out. The remaining half of the entry, fast break, blinkers on.
Right. And for those who noticed, Kendrick Carmouche named on both. And in New York, other than stake races, that means one has to scratch. Fast break should be part of the pace. Didn't think he was impossible. He was the one speed I would use.
No break from post to the rail to this one. Montauk Daddy, more pace.
Gomez is going to come out firing and can't be more impressed than I am with him right now. I just don't particularly like this horse.
Quality Stones, more speed here.
The problem is he's a one-way speed type horse that's form is dissipated and he's just not really good enough. I can't believe he's 7-1. He could be 25 to 1 in here.
30 on the morning line. Karen's Cove 10 to 1, another one with pace.
Yeah, he can be forwardly placed, but at least in the beginning, I don't see it happening late.
Here is the favorite, so the 8-year-old in the form of his life.
The 4-speed, the merrier for Cecilia Mike, but he is a horse with 7 wins and 20 seconds and 12 thirds. Amazing.
Winning Drive, 5 to 2. Outside here, Trevor McCarthy, Rob Atras second off the claim.
A 6-year-old who ran his best career buyer figure off the claim for Rob Atras, claimed to the bottom level. And Atras's barn is another one where horses are outrunning their PPs, and he improved last time, and I think he is far and away the biggest threat to the favorite.
6 minutes away. Race 7 here at Belmont on this Friday card. Want to remind everyone, Saturday contests back. Show off your handicapping skills. $300 online live money contest every Saturday of the meet. You can win cash prizes and seats into the following week's $300 contest. Registration ends in 39 minutes. Get involved. NYRA.com/contests to sign up. Let's head back down to Maggie.
You know what I love about Belmont, Greg, is that the top of the stretch, they barbecue up there. And man, when it's traveling downwind, those cheeseburgers smell so good. Anyway, I can't wait till dinner. Let's take a look at the 1A in here, Fast Break, as he cuts back in distance. And while at the 6 furlong marker, he has 4 starts, 2 wins, and 2 thirds, physically, he does look more, and I've always thought this, like a horse that wants to run longer, but at least he has that record to back up. He looks great, though, for trainer Rob Falcone. And watching his last race in that More to Tell, he broke well, and then when the other horses surrounded him, he kind of threw his head up in the air. It was kind of weird to watch a horse that's 6 years old and had made 17 starts do that. It's kind of something that, you know, lesser experienced horses do. So Rob puts the pretty big cheater cut blinkers on him today to cut him back in distance. I like the blinkers going on. I don't love that effort, obviously, that he comes off of here, but he looks great. He's very animated in the way that he moves, and I was watching him warm up, very much throwing his legs out in front of him. As we'll move on to the horse that I like in here, and as Andy mentioned, Bonnie Lucas, Wayne Potts, whatever, it's kind of synonymous. It's not like you notice any physical change with their horses to recommend the level of increase in their performances. Cecilia Mike, he's moving great. But with Winning Drive last time out, first off the Rob Atras claim, this horse looked better than I had ever seen him in the past. And again, I feel the same way with him coming in off of that Dad's Caps third place effort in which he was beaten by No Salt, who came back to win here, albeit with an 83 buyer. But I like what I'm seeing from Winning Drive. I think Rob has him going very, very well. And JK, while I like him physically, do you like him on paper? I'm hoping you do.
Yes, Maggie, I almost missed you throwing it to me because I was trying to log in. I want to bet the horse on paper. And you know how I feel when you sign off on one of the ones I like on paper. So, horse, if you look at the paper, this horse improved moving to Rob Atras's barn. And that was against a tougher group, now back in for a tag. Now, some might consider that a negative move. I don't think so. I think a lot of times, good claiming trainers, good claiming owners, they recognize what they have. And they understand if we can put them where they can win, we can continue to do this thing that's a lot of fun for us with claiming. You win, you lose the horse, and you can sometimes get into a position where you can be out on the situation. So I have no problem with the 6 Winning Drive showing up here. I love it more than anything when my horses draw outside of their main competition. And I think that's what happened here with the 6, drawing outside of the main competition. And at Belmont Park, more than anywhere else in the country, I love that outside stalking trip. I don't think it really matters if you're losing ground. I've heard from riders it's basically like you're going straight when you're on the turn because that's how wide and sweeping Big Sandy is. I love the 6 Winning Drive in here.
So, again, main competition to the favorite, 5 to 2, and a lot of positive signs from Maggie and JK.
Yeah, I mean, he was running in a starter stake. Those are starter allowances. We have that whole stakes day for the horses on March 26th. Yeah, I mean, he's running against tougher horses. Look, here's the bottom line with this horse. He has absolutely no chance based on pretty much any race he ran before Rob Atras had him. There's no way you could pick this horse based on the races he ran 2 back, 3 back, 4 back, 5 back, etc.
Yeah.
You can only like them, and I got no problem. I used 2 in here. I used 5 and 6 because of the race he ran last time, first time for Rob Atras. We saw Rob Atras win with a horse on the turf on Sunday that had run 40 buyers, 50 buyers in his turf races, ran 77 buyers, won off by 5 lengths. They're running for this barn and improving, and this horse improved dramatically. Arguably, this horse is running as much tougher. I mean, look at it this way. This horse beat Karen's Cove by a length. Right? The last race before Rob Atras had him. Karen's Cove is 16-1 right now and moving up. And it's 2-1. So that's the reason they're betting this horse.
Yeah.
Because of the improvement shown, because Rob Atras has the horse.
And will it continue? We'll find out. And, you know, sort of the same thing with Cecilia Mike. The last 2 starts has been a massive change. But even with who this horse is now in the last 2 starts, I mean, it's not even the same ballpark, these 2 horses, who they are. Cecilia Mike, if he can repeat what he's done the last 2 races.
I completely and totally agree with you. I think I understand. It's hard to take Cecilia Mike. You look at the 2 horses, you say, well, Cecilia Mike is 7 for 65 with 32 seconds and thirds. At least with Winning Drive, he's 7 for 30 with only 10 seconds and thirds. And over twice as many wins a second. So you feel with Winning Drive, at least you feel like when he shows up, he wins. When Cecilia Mike shows up, he runs second a lot or even third. So Cecilia Mike isn't reliable, but I agree. If you were just to say, based on the last 2 races Cecilia Mike ran and based on the last race Winning Drive, I'm with you. I would take Cecilia Mike every single time, just based on that small window.
It's going back and forth in terms of favoritism. Went to Winning Drive, the 6. Now it's back to Cecilia Mike. Everyone kind of focusing on those 2, although there's a little love for Fast Break, the remaining half of that entry with those blinkers on.
I think if you want one of the speeds, he's the one you want. At least that's the way I saw it.
We are set. Race 7. $20,000 claiming race. Seems like a ton of early speed in this race. Will it play out that way? Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
Waiting for Cecilia Mike and Winning Drive.
One out!
In the gate. And they're off. Montauk Daddy and Quality Stones. Quality Stones grabs the lead. Montauk Daddy runs in second. The front 2 quickly open up 3 lengths on Fast Break next in third. Then it's Karen's Cove in fourth. And the 2 favorites are at the back. Winning Drive and Cecilia Mike. Up front, Montauk Daddy and Quality Stones going at it here. It is Montauk Daddy on the inside now with a head in front of Quality Stones through a quarter in 22 and 2/5 seconds. It's 3 lengths. Back to Fast Break, who runs in third. Another 4 to Karen's Cove. Then Cecilia Mike. Winning Drive is the trailer. Montauk Daddy gets away from Quality Stones. It's Montauk Daddy in front by 4 at the top of the stretch. Then Quality Stones. Fast Break is on the outside. Cecilia Mike is down towards the rail. The half 45 and 2. It is Montauk Daddy in front with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Cecilia Mike now comes on through at the rail to grab second. Just the 16th out. It is Montauk Daddy with the lead. Cecilia Mike continues to gain, but Montauk Daddy is going to get to the wire first. Won by a little more than a length. Cecilia Mike was second. Big break. Back to Fast Break in third.
Montauk Daddy. Jose Gomez, the apprentice for Bob Claceris.
I have no idea where this race came from. This horse dueled through a fast pace with the long shot Quality Stones and just opened up top of the stretch. You can say that Cecilia Mike was too far back. Well, they were moving up front. I'm not sure how close you expect him to be, and while he made a big run to almost catch him, he couldn't really get there. And Montauk Daddy, a horse I could never have had, gets the job done.
First win in a while for this one since last summer at Saratoga on the grass.
And Winning Drive turned back into the horse that he was the races before. He never ran a step in here.
4-1, right at his morning line. Montauk Daddy, 5th win of his career. 2-5-1-A-6.
Just never stopped. They couldn't have to go too much farther in the 5-1, but he got the wire first.
6.5 would have been ideal for him.
Six and about a tenth might have been ideal for him.
So another favorite defeated, and here 9-5 favorite beat by 4-1 shot. Montauk Daddy, apprentice Jose Gomez. We're going to take a timeout. Undefeated, heading to the Kentucky Oaks, and we are not talking about Echo Zulu. Kathleen O for Shug back in the mix in the Oaks, as is Yagiri, winner of the Grade 3 Fantasy. We'll have a preview when we come back.
They're off in the United Nations. Fantastic is sent hard to take the lead. Fantastic has been there every step of the way. Fantastic shakes loose with a quarter of a mile to go. He's in front by 2 lengths, but it is Fantastic to take them coast to coast in the United Nations.
155 and in the back, 150,000. Jody, thank you.
Fantastic, standing at 3 chimneys.
Back on America's Day at the Races. Get signed up, started. Getting close to that first Saturday in May. Play the Derby with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com or download the app. Gonna be a fun summer. 7th at Belmont. Montauk Daddy. Big performance today for this 5-year-old.
Don't know where it came from, but he ran lights out today. He dueled in what was a relatively contested pace against quality stones and just never stopped running. Number 5, Cecilia Mike, was getting to him at the end, but that's now number 21 in the second place finishes for Cecilia Mike. 66 starts, 21. It's amazing. It's been second over 30% of the time.
That was the play. Where he usually finishes.
I mean, I think he ran his race. I just think the winner ran huge.
2-5-1A. Let's take a look at this pick 6. We had a carryover coming into day 2 of the meet, and here's how it's played out so far. $18 horse in leg number 2, and now 4-1 shot with the favorite defeated here in the 4th leg.
Parlay roughly $1,000 for $2, so obviously it rates to get hit unless you have some totally bizarre result in the last race, but hard to believe everyone won't be covered. Last race has a little bit of an all feel to it for some people.
That race, yes. And already for me would have been very tough, if not impossible, to get there. Yeah. 8th at Belmont, 7 furlongs, allowance optional claiming field, and she's a little edgy. 6-time winner, 11 of 20 starts, first or second, odds on right now.
She's favored in the pick 3. I didn't get a chance to see the double. I really don't understand how she's possibly favored in this race. She's a little edgy. I thought Love and Love would certainly be favored. Personally, I don't like she's a little edgy at all. If I took one of the speeds, I'd take the 3, Flashy Dynamite.
All right, we'll have more on this field when we come back, taking a short timeout. Going to get to Oakland as well. More coming up. We'll get to their pick 4 in a moment. 12,000 starter allowance sprint wild behavior for Joe Sharp. Showed speed last start. Will he do it again, trying to get his 8th win of his career?
Who are you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Run Happy was the #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. A leading dirt sire and now is an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful.
Kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Run Happy continues his rise and is priced for success. Clips champion Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Maggie Wolfendale, and the rest of the crew. Program brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. We got race 6 at Oakland next. Pick 4 time. 6 furlong sprint in this 12,000 starter allowance group. We're going to see Win with Pride here in a moment from the inside. One of the best claiming barns in the country. Second at the meet. Robertino Diodoro just claimed this one last start. He's running out of time to try and run down Steve Asmussen, who has a big lead.
Yeah. Asmussen has, I mean, it's not like any pity party for Diodoro's run almost 200 horses. It's unbelievable. 190 starters plus.
Here is Sky Scanner, 5.5 length score last start.
Did run big last time, but this is much tougher.
Shack's Way, forward and comes off a win against non-winners at 2 last start.
Yeah, but I think he may find this pace a little bit too hot for him, but maybe not.
New Barn, just claimed by Greg Compton, 10-1 right now. Wild Behavior we saw going to break, and the 4-horse now the favorite at 9-5.
I thought this horse was the speed of the speed and the horse to beat.
7-time winner coming out of a 20,000 starter allowance. Martin Garcia will be aboard. Secretary of War, the 8-year-old. Back-to-back seconds.
Yeah, he does cut back from trying a mile off the claim last time out. Maybe the cutback will help him a little bit. I thought this horse was actually interesting if you're looking for a bit of a price.
Can Imagine equipment change, blinkers going on, already has speed but turns back.
Should be forwardly placed, but I just don't know if this horse is as fast as the 4, maybe even the 8.
Carl G for Federico Villafranco.
Yeah.
Giovanni.
Second off a claim for this one. Did catch slop in the other race, but overall might just not be good enough.
And as you said, yes, no question the intent with the 8, Mr. Ankeny. Get to the front.
Gotta go. I'm going to bet Secretary of War here. Use with the 1 and 4. Just bet to win, maybe.
6-1 on the 5, Secretary of War. Let's go to our Hall of Famer, Gary Stevens, for more on the 6th.
Yeah, guys, this race is messy to me on paper. Just like Andy was saying, there's a ton of speed in here, and therefore I'm liking the 2-horse Sky Scanner in here, coming off that nice win last time. He might not be fast enough, but goes to Ken Charioff. John Court just won on him last time out. Johnny's already moved his tack to Churchill Downs, but Alex very capable, and I just think he might get a favorable setup in here. He got the nice pace duel up in front of him last time out, came running. Don't necessarily like being drawn down towards the inside, but that outside speed should clear him and put him in a favorable spot. going into that turn, and hopefully Alex Conchari can find his way through or find a gap coming into the stretch, come running late. I think they are going to hook up early. I think they're going to go fast, and I think this race might fall apart in the last 16th of a mile. Greg?
All right, Gary, thank you. 4 minutes away from the race that kicks off this pick 4. Sky Scanner, who Gary was talking about, 9-1 right now.
I didn't see it. I thought he met a significantly weaker bunch last time, and he was able to get into position. But the problem is, and the position he got last time sort of helped him get it done, in my opinion. You look at his other races when he was more badly outrun, and he just wasn't really able to make up the ground. I thought this was a much tougher spot than he was in last time out. We'll see. He's a price if you like him, though.
Looking to go back-to-back, but yeah, trying to do it against tougher here. As just take a look at the favorite, Wild Behavior, in a moment.
Yeah.
From 30 to 20, now down to 10 starter allowance. So it's definitely been facing tougher the last couple of starts.
He has. And he's supposed to be the speed of the speed. And when you're Martin Garcia and you're in the spot and you're riding the favorite, you're supposed to go. Now listen, the 8 is quick, but I think this horse can be a little bit quicker if they want. We'll see. If he gets engaged and the pace heats up, he's got a problem. If you like him, you're hoping he's the speed of the speed. But I have to admit, there's enough speed in here that taking a short price in this guy may be a bit of a risk. But as you suggested, that was a tougher field last time out.
And he's got, 44 and change speed. I know he didn't hang on in that race, but he very well could be the quickest of the quick. JK, your thoughts on the favorite?
Wolfie, there's 3 race conditions that I love singling in. 1, maiden special weight, because a lot of people spread. I think there's some value opportunities in those spots. Grade 1 races, because you know what you're getting. Everyone's there to try to win. No one's there to get ready for another race. I love singling in those races, and starter allowance races where we are here, because I feel like horses get qualified when they were a different horse, quote-unquote different horse. They were in previous connections. They've taken massive steps forward since the last time they qualified for the condition, meaning they kind of fit into the under the umbrella of what the rules are for this race. And the 4, Wild Behavior, fits under that umbrella. I think the 4-horse Wild Behavior should be dead loose on the front end. I think this horse, from a speed figure standpoint and a pace figure standpoint, is value at 3-2. And if I was playing the late pick 4, which as soon as I'm done talking to you, I might start playing it, I'm going to single the 4 Wild Behavior. I think that's your winner.
All right, 3-2 favorite. JK, thanks. Looking for his 8th career win. He is quick.
He's quick, no doubt about it. And if he's able to outrun this field and secure the lead, even if he's going quick, he's going to be tough to catch. He's been running against better horses. He's the horse to beat. I don't particularly agree with Jonathan that 3-2 is any kind of bargain on him, but I absolutely agree that he's the horse to beat.
Martin Garcia will be aboard. The other speeds, obviously that outside horse, the 3, some quickness as well. 6, can't imagine, but that's a horse cutting back in distance.
Right. What about my 5? Now, I think the one concern is it's with a trainer that is 1 for 27 this year. This horse was with Norm Cassidy, who's been having a terrific meet. This horse was with other trainers that are doing well. Chris Hartman, Wayne Potts, Diodoro. This horse has been in some very, very high percentage barns, so that worries me a little with a 5, but I do like the cutback, and I thought the horse ran respectively off the claim going long, and I thought the sprinting was better. Just don't love the trainer's percentage. When you look at the other trainers who've been in this horse, that concerns me.
By the way, just quickly back to New York, Saturday. The first time in a while, a lot of these big names are kind of back in town here.
Yeah, no, I agree. I was looking through, and you see an Irad is here, and Joel Rosario. Irad's like Madonna, right? You don't need to say a last name. It's just Irad. Joel Rosario is riding. Pratt is here on Sunday.
John Velasquez.
Well, he was supposed to be here, I think, originally today. As he stayed at Keeneland, or I don't know the situation, but he's here, yeah. Pratt will be riding here on Sunday. I saw him listed. He waited for me to leave town, actually, I think, to come here.
Smart move.
It was a wise move. I can't blame him for that. Yeah, good to have the guys back. And I'm sure, I was talking to Jose, he's early. He says he's going to Churchill on Wednesday. And most of the riders will be going there to ride on the big action heading up the Derby. But once the Derby's over, other than Preakness Day, we'll be seeing most of these riders here through Saratoga.
Loaded with talent as we or get used to it year in, year out here. It's the toughest jockey colony there is in the country, and they're all going to be coming here soon. Good for Dylan Davis, though, to get off the start he did. 2 wins yesterday, 2 wins today.
Yeah, no, Dylan's riding very well, and I think he's continuing to do fine, and so are the other riders. Manny Franco's been riding very well as usual. I think it's not like the winter riders are going to get overwhelmed. It's going to be hard. They're not going to get the choicest mounts. Obviously, the same situation, but they're still extremely good riders, and they will win their share.
That offer you just saw right there, you get a $25 free Derby bet for getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Let me guess where that money would go for you.
Well, I already have some money at 22 to 1 on Zandon. I bet in the future pool a while ago, so I don't have to worry about him. I'll be honest, Greg, I haven't really given it that much thought. The race gets drawn on Monday, as does the Oaks. Both those cars drawn on Monday. And I kind of want to just sort of look at it with as much of an open mind as I can. And I do think Zandon is the horse to beat. I don't have an issue with Epicenter. I think is very much one of the ones to beat in there. But I want to sort of try to keep as much of an open mind. It's hard, you've seen so much. And some of it we've already formed opinions. I'm not thrilled with the horses from Arkansas. I think Cyberknife of them is the only one you'd want. But I don't know if he's quite good enough. I think Simplification coming from Florida. He's the one from Florida that I would use. Jose Ortiz will be riding him.
Yeah, and he has been working lights out, apparently. Again, Junior Alvarado was working him, got off, and told his trainer, you're going to win the Kentucky Derby in his last work. But he's been turning heads.
Junior's picked a lot of Derby winners. I saw him. No, I think he's interesting. I think at the end of the day, he was too forward in the Florida Derby. He actually ran fairly well considering how forwardly placed he was. And I'm not thrilled with the horses coming from Florida, though I think Charge It is an interesting horse. That'll be interesting to see what he does going forward because he clearly does have a lot of talent.
And Mo Donegal getting more ground is only going to help him, you would think, right?
I agree, but he got such a brilliant ride from Joel last time.
Yeah. We're set. Race 6 from Oakland. Let's go to Vic Stauffer.
Can't Imagine Restless. They're set. They're off. Mr. Ankeny, Shack's Way, Sky Scanner, and to the outside in Can't Imagine. Then comes Wild Behavior, who's third last up the backstretch, Win with Pride at the rail, and the trailer is Carl G. So up the backstretch, it is Shack's Way and Mr. Ankeny. They'll match strides. Shack's Way a half length in front. Mr. Ankeny is second by 2 lengths, 2. Secretary at War, and just outside of him goes Can't Imagine. Sky Scanner's on the move through at the rail. Wild Behavior is 6th now into 5th as he passes Can't Imagine. 4 lengths further back to Win with Pride, and Carl G. Shack's Way gets away at the top of the stretch. He's a length in front of Mr. Ankeny in 2nd. Sky Scanner is at the rail in 3rd. Wild Behavior is an all-in 4th and 2.5 from the front. Then comes 5 back to Win with Pride, top of the stretch. Here's Mr. Ankeny to challenge Shack's Way. Shack's Way still a neck in front. Mr. Ankeny alongside, and now Shack's Way's back in front. And it's clear he's 3 lengths to the good. Mr. Ankeny. Win with Pride is charging in the center, but Shack's Way, a 16th out, is far in front. Through from the inside Sky Scanner to the outside Win with Pride. Shack's Way well in front. Shack's Way won by 5.5. Sky Scanner was 2nd. Win with Pride 3rd. Mr. Ankeny finished 4th.
Quickest horse in the race was 5th early for some reason. Wild Behavior and Shack's Way now goes back to back.
Yeah, these are the kind of races that make you just scratch your head. You expect the 4 to be in front. The horse was nowhere near the lead early. I didn't see a particularly bad break. And Shack's Way forward. Boy, did this horse improve off the claim. Wow.
Back-to-back wins for Tim Martin and now Greg Compton off the claim. And Shack's Way now 3 for 9 lifetime. We'll have the prices from that coming up. We return to Belmont. 7/8 of a mile, in this Friday feature ahead. It's still, she's a little edgy, the 6th, the favorite. Richard Migliori back with us. He's downstairs in the paddock.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And starting with the 1, Love and Love, I don't think I've seen a horse better turned out this entire year than Love and Love. She has dapples exploding over her body. Her trainer, Mike Maselli, was a terrific rider, won the Travers on a horse named Holding Pattern back in 1972. I think he won the Haskell on the same horse as well, but he's really done an incredible job as a trainer every year, improving his stock, improving his results. And this horse could not look any better. Asked Mike about her, and he says she just loves the game. She loves to train. She eats well, and it shows. She is absolutely the picture of health here in the paddock. The 3 Flashy and Dynamite also making a really nice impression. Love the coat on her, rich hydrated coat. Her trainer, somebody I'm not quite as familiar with, Michael Moore, is winning at 21% on the year, so obviously he knows how to get it done. He knows how to get it done, excuse me. And then the 6, she's a little edgy, your favorite from the outside. I'm not seeing anything negative, but nothing that's absolutely blowing me away. Not like the 1 horse, Love and Love, who is making a real nice impression.
All right, Mig, thank you. Still 6-5 on She's a Little Edgy. Surprising in here. Does own a win at 7/8 of a mile, but there's the one that caught Mig's eye. Love in Love from Mike Maselli. Dylan Davis looking for number 3 this afternoon on the 6-year-old mirror from the inside.
Yeah, she's favored in doubles, but she's not favored in the pick 3. The 6, who's the puzzling favorite right now, is favored in the pick 3. I'll be honest with you, I don't get it. I really don't understand why the 6 is favored. I don't particularly like her at all. Of the 2 speeds, I think the 3 is a much more likely winner. I like Love and Love. Will she work out the right trip? She had that very easy outside post in this race, was able to stalk. She drew the rail in here, so it becomes a little bit trickier, but she's still the horse to beat in here. I'm just shocked she's not a real favorite. I thought she'd be about 7 or 8 to 5 in here.
You do see a win from the rail. That was at Aqueduct. Long time ago, but she has dealt with it and won. 3-1 right now. We'll see how it plays out. But surprised by the price of the 6. I'm also probably even more surprised by the price of the 5.
I agree with you. I agree. I mean, I look at this race and I think, okay, who can't win? Other than the scratch Betsy Blue, it's Royal Megan. I don't know what about her is possibly appealing. Now, maybe there's a plethora of Megans or people with friends named Megan or betting this horse. It doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. And interestingly enough, I think this horse is the same price in the double that the number 6 is.
It's Markle money.
So Meghan Markle, they're in. The Royals are all in, or just Prince Harry and Meghan Markle?
Just Prince Harry and Meghan.
Yeah, I don't think the Royals are betting on that. I could be wrong. It's very puzzling. It's almost the exact same price in the double as the 6. And the 1 is the favorite in the double, yet in the pick 3, the 6 is a slight favorite, but the 5 is clearly the third choice. I agree. I don't get it. I mean, I don't like customer experience. I think that sort of her day in the sun is over. So maybe people are feeling like she's just not good anymore. But Flash and Dynamite, she's the 1 horse in here that's got a plethora of races fast enough to win. She also chased outside last time against a very, very strong rail that Make Mischief, who's heading towards our Ruffian next weekend, rode the gold rail. So her last race was extremely good. And I think Flash and Dynamite is the most likely upsetter to the 1. I don't get the money on the 6, and I really don't get the 5.
Yeah. And, back to Flash and Dynamite, that's the 3 in this race. 7-year-old mare, but she's got a nose for the wire. 12 wins, 35 career starts, so she knows how to get there as well.
And while this is a trainer who, for the most part, his good numbers are out of town, she has run very well at Belmont Park with 1 second or 2 starts where she ran an 86 buyer. And an 86 buyer makes her a major player in this race. I thought she was the interesting alternative. The board completely disagrees with my view of this race.
She's a little edgy. Is it the fact that sprint speed, is she going to be the one in front?
She's probably in front of Flash and Dynamite. I don't disagree with that. But so what? She's still got to get the 7 furlongs, and I don't think that Flash and Dynamite is going to be that far from her. She's going to try her, right?
You would think. We'll start with Love and Love. So, again, Dylan Davis looking for number 3 on the card, 5-2.
And she's a fairly consistent runner who ran very well off the layoff, and she's just a logical horse to beat, at least to me.
Next door, 6-1 customer experience. Rob Falcone, Manny Franco.
If you kind of look at her figs, it was sort of like she moved up to her big race 3 back, and then she's progressively gotten worse. And last time was an embarrassing loss. She had the race 1 and just stopped.
Here's Flash and Dynamite, 7-1. Kendra Carmouche for Michael Moore.
I think she is the right price if you're looking for one.
5-2, Coast second choice on the board, Royal Megan.
I think she should be the longest shot on the board in this race. I honestly do. I mean, I'll probably be wrong, but I don't get it at all, and I think you agree.
I do, 100%. Maybe it's presence of Jose Ortiz. 7-5 on the one who could be leading the pack here in front. 7-5 on She's a Little Edgy.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. And Gustavo Rodriguez, who, has obviously been moving some horses up as well. And she finished second, Easy Blessed. But let me tell you something about her last race. Her last race is a little deceptive, Greg. It looks like she sort of was involved in the duel. She wasn't. The winner, Easy to Bless, who ran second to Males, ran a big race here yesterday, she got completely left. And Jackie Davis rushed her up a quarter mile into the race. So she kind of had a comfortable lead. And it just happened that they caught that first call as Jackie was blowing by her. She wasn't dueling with the eventual winner of that race. She was actually in front, and it just happened to be very timing the call. I'm not saying she's impossible, but I would not bet a nickel on her. I don't like
Philly,
her.
though, ran good against the boys yesterday.
She ran terrific. No.
Davis Exacta.
She's a really neat horse, Easy to Bless. She ran huge in this race. I mean, she got completely left and won by 10.
Let's go back downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. I'm here with Mike Maselli, trainer of Love and Love. And, Mike, I was just struck with how good she looked in the paddock. I mean, has she always done this well and looked that healthy?
I think this year she's really blossomed. She filled out even more as she got older. And she's one of those kind that loves the game, eats well, and looks forward to training every day,
Mike, a little trickier circumstances this time. Last time she had an outside post. This time, post one. What kind of trip would you like to see her have?
I like to have her in a stalking spot, with Dylan just having some horse under him, and then hope he can tip out,
Well, it's been like that inside-out move's been working all day. How much confidence you and Dylan have done so well together? How much confidence do you have in Dylan?
He usually calls the right shots. He's pretty tactful in his thinking, and he's come a long way. And most of the time he makes the right decisions.
Well, like you did as a rider as well, Mike.
Well, sometimes you make the right ones, sometimes the wrong ones. You get blamed for the wrong ones a lot.
No doubt, but a guy who understands it from both sides of the fence, Mike Maselli.
We'll see if the Maselli barn can get this one to the winner's circle. Dylan Davis will be on board. 6-year-old mare by Golden Sense. And a lot to like with her, including the fact you're getting 2-1 right now.
Yeah, I mean, she's going to come down. It's very hard because you've got a conflicting with the multis, right? Pick 3, the 6 is favored. Double, the 1 is favored. Not as much of a factor without the CAW in the win. I can't believe the 1, Love and Love, isn't going to be favored in this race, Greg. But I still think the value is with the 3. If you're looking for an alternative, I'm going to bet a little 1-3 box.
Now with more on Flash and Dynamite, the 3, let's go back to Jonathan.
Andy, I'm sorry. I like the 3 as well. You know what happens when we agree, unless we're like at Oakland that one time when Rated R Superstar won. I like the 3 Flash of Dynamite as well as a horse. It came in off a little bit of a short break. And if you look at pace figures as much as I do, I like to see horses that establish honest paces but then finish their races. A lot of times when you look at pace figures, you'll see horses who will run fast early and then they'll kind of slow down late. I like horses that can gradually continue to improve, and especially when they're horses that are, either going that 7 furlong distance. And I feel like Flash and Dynamite is that type. Look, the 6, she's a little edgy as a horse that I was very interested in at the morning line of 8-1. I've got zero interest at 2-1 because her pace figures and her late figures suggest that maybe she doesn't want any added distance. And look, at 8-1, I'd be willing to figure that out. At 2-1, I have no interest in paying to figure that out. I'm going to just ruin Andy's good idea, and I'm going to go with the 3 Flash and Dynamite as well, and maybe this will be the second time ever we've ever agreed and they won.
There's probably been a few others.
There's been about 3 or 4 times over the last 5 years total. Hey, real quick, want to remind everyone, you can earn a 20% bonus on your winning exactas all opening week at Belmont. To qualify, go to NyraBets.com. You got to opt in for this promotion. Then bet exactas here. If your ticket hits, you'll get that 20% bonus in your account.
I got a little of that today.
Well done.
Yeah, I'm excited. Yeah,
It's a good offer.
I'm thinking of spending it on you, Greg.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's the way kind of guy I am. You've had a rough week.
I did have a rough week. It all started before I got to Belmont.
Yeah, getting to Belmont hasn't been the problem. It's been great being here.
It all felt good when I got here.
Yeah, it is nice to get back.
We have a great view. We're inside because it's been a little cool, but this view is incredible that we have here.
I love it. We're right in by the dining room next to us, and we're right just past the finish line.
We have the best box.
No, this is a good view. It's really wasted on us in reality. Got some people out coming out, and it's getting a little chilly, but it'll be getting warming up here. And I'll tell you what, tomorrow's card is excellent. There's some really good races, some interesting maiden races coming up, allowance races. The feature is a big field of 11. Looking forward to it. Belmont's always just so great to get back here. All the good turf racing as well.
And look who's become the favorite. Love and Love. 3-2 right now as Dylan Davis looks for number 3 on the card. Let's go back to Mig.
Yeah, I mean, she's taking all the money now, Love and Love, and I think rightfully so. She looks fantastic, warmed up beautifully, left the pony with Dylan Davis, got that good aggressive warm-up, as did the 3, Flash and Dynamite, which, you know, is what Kendrick usually does, and I like to see those kind of warm-ups. These 2 stood out to me in the paddock, and they continue to stand out to me physically on the racetrack, and I think they make a lot of sense on paper. That's a perfect world.
So both Richie and Andy going to Love and Love. The public agrees. 8-5. There she is, 6-year-old mare, trying to go back-to-back for trainer Mike Maselli.
She's a neat horse. She really is a neat horse. You know, 13 firsts and seconds and 24 starts. She's a kind of, you know, she's not super flashy. She gets it done. We'll see. Not surprisingly the favorite, right? But the money, I'll tell you what, it's not like a 6 blew up. I mean, the 6 is still 5-2. It's not like the Megan horse blew up either, though she's got a 4-1.
How much did the price come down on the 3 late as well?
Yeah, the 3's taking all the money, and that's despite Jonathan picking the horse, too. Amazing.
4-1 right now.
Maybe it was Jonathan betting.
Could be. Post time here for this 8th, our Friday feature at Belmont with a wide open finale still to come. Good race to play the double. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
Waiting for Royal Megan, and she's a little edgy. Ready for race 8. And they're off. She's a little edgy, and Royal Megan go out for the early lead. She's a little edgy, goes on with it, and opens up by a length and a half. Royal Megan runs in second. Love and Love down at the rail in third, and alongside is Customer Experience with Flash and Dynamite. The trailer in fifth up the backstretch. It is She's a Little Edgy, now joined at the rail by Love and Love. Love and Love, She's a Little Edgy, and the 2 of them are right together. Royal Megan sits just off of them in third through a quarter in 23 and 4. She's a Little Edgy. Once again, opens up. She's a Little Edgy by a length and a half. Royal Megan has moved into second. Flash and Dynamite on the outside. Love and Love down at the rail. Customer Experience trails the field. They're midway around the far turn. She's a Little Edgy by a half length. Royal Megan races in second. Then it's the duo of Love and Love and Flash and Dynamite. Customer Experience trails. They are at the quarter pole. The half went in 47 seconds. She's a Little Edgy has the lead here into the stretch. Royal Megan on the outside runs in second. Love and Love moves into third. But She's a Little Edgy now has opened up. She's a Little Edgy has built a 4-length lead. And then it is Royal Megan and Love and Love, and on the outside, Customer Experience. She's a Little Edgy with the win here by 3. Royal Megan and then Love and Love.
She's a Little Edgy, 7th win of her career in 21 starts. Jose Lezcano, Gustavo Rodriguez.
Well, I would never have used this horse and tip my hat to anyone that used her. You do have to wonder a little bit, and she got the job done convincingly as the speeds, not surprisingly, ran 1-2. How was the 3 Flash and Dynamite last early? I mean, she was clearly the other speed. I give Dylan credit. At least he tried to get the one up into there. They went 23.89. This wasn't a mile and a half. This was a 7-furlong race. They went 22 and 2 in the last race, I believe, and 45 and change. When a horse like the 6 is given this kind of advantage, I mean, what is Love and Love supposed to do in this situation? And I really think it's fair to ask, what was the game plan with Flash and Dynamite if you're last early in a slow pace? Come on, guys.
6-5-1-2. See if there was anything we're looking off screen here out of the gate. Not at all. Wow, She's a Little Edgy. Clear. And yeah, the speeds 1-2 all the way around the racetrack.
I give Dylan Davis credit. He tried to at least do something with Love and Love, but I'm puzzled by the thought process that would have Flash and Dynamite last in here in a crawling pace, and they were crawling out there. At least press enough early to make sure they're going fast before letting her go. And you know, Kendrick's a very good speed rider, and she was last. And I'll watch the head-on again, but I didn't notice any trouble with the start.
Opening quarter of the Belmont's going to be faster than that, isn't it?
It's not going to be much slower, I'll tell you that. Last year it was faster. Last year was about 3 or 4 lengths faster. Wow.
Jose Lezcano gets his second win on the card. We'll have these prices coming up when we return, and we'll take a look back to some stakes action earlier on in the card. New York traffic in the affirmed success for Saffie Joseph and Jose Ortiz, and this 5-year-old returning to his winning ways. Stay with us. More coming up after this timeout.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
Back on America's Day at the Races, our program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. 8th at Belmont, the Friday feature. And she's a little edgy on the front end with Jose Lezcano for Gustavo Rodriguez second off the claim. And his 5-year-old mare picks up the 7th win of her career.
Yeah, just able to control on the front end. And if you're a horse that may have some distance limitations, and you're able to set a very slow pace at 7 furlongs, it kind of turns into a 4 or 5 furlong sprint to the wire, and she had an advantage, and her pace advantage just proved insurmountable when the number 3 not only didn't try to go after her, was dead last early. I really do want to see the head-on again at the start, because you have to wonder if something happened there, because otherwise it's almost inexcusable the 3 was back to last.
No, I saw it off screen. There was nothing.
Yeah, I didn't see it the first time. I have to say I'm perplexed, and I don't know why you would be in that situation. How are you not going forward in there?
All right, so carry over into today. You just told me before we came on the air out of this break here, we're going to have a double carryover into Saturday if 6, 9, or 12 win.
That's a tough threesome to get home.
It really is.
I'm going to tell you, we should be a carryover if any of the 3 of them hit the board. But in this race, who knows?
6 furlongs on the turf. It's on the Widener turf. New York bred $40,000 maiden claiming race to close out. This might wind up being the most wide open race of the entire meet.
The
finale.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would have said it about yesterday's last race, too, and I think you probably kind of agreed the favorites ran 1-2.
Yeah.
But, I mean, much like yesterday, and maybe even more so in this race, there's just no form whatsoever to speak on. So, for me, I guessed with the number 3. He was a big wonder who really liked the turf, and maybe this horse will take to the turf. And didn't run that badly the one time on the dirt.
All right, we'll talk more about this field in a moment. We're going to look back to the affirmed success earlier on in the card. It was race 3, New York traffic. Saffie Joseph, Jose Ortiz, and wins the second start back of his 5-year-old campaign.
Yeah, this was another funny race, right? The speeds looked like the 2 and 4, and instead it was the 1 and 5 that were setting the pace, but it was an honest pace enough. And New York Traffic, I think, was a little over bet at 2 to 5. Ran like he wasn't. He won quite easily. Lobster, I tried to beat him with, ran a respectable race to run second, but there was no way he was beating New York Traffic. It was a long way back to the others. Disappointment was Bank on Shea. He was disappointed.
Get away from Speaker's Corner and good things can happen.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Back in against New York breds. This horse has had some big moments in his career.
He has. I mean, it's actually only the third time I believe he had run 6 furlongs. But the way the race played out, he was able to control, and he was just too good for them. He was much the best.
Against New York breds, as usual, he's pretty dominant, and he was again this afternoon. So that was earlier on today. This nightcap, again, still coming up. Race 9, 6 furlongs on the turf. We're going to get back to Oakland when we return from a timeout. Beautiful day out in Hot Springs. And we got the 7th ahead. Mile and a 16th condition claiming race. Stay with us. We'll be back right after this.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
New for Belmont Spring, the $3 triple play pick 3. Choose the winners of the last 3 races at Belmont Park every Sunday to win big. Plus, play on Naira Bets for a free $10 triple play bet. Go to Naira.com/triple play for details.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
This season at Monmouth Park, opening day is Derby Day. Live racing returns to the Jersey Shore Saturday, May 7th with a special 2 p.m. first post. The action continues every weekend in May with racing starting at 12:15. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5s. New for 2022, on-site customers can lock in odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
We're back. America's Day at the Races Friday edition. First Friday of this Belmont meet is brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Oh, what a view that is. Brooklyn Bridge.
Yeah. Sort of
across to the Freedom Tower.
Is that a little north of the River Cafe? Is River Cafe on the other side of that? What is that box?
It's a
carousel?
Yeah, a little carousel.
Oh, cool. Do you bring William to that?
I will
Or does
eventually
William bring
when
you
he's
to
big
that?
enough to. Yeah, he's going to bring me to that one day.
Want to bring me?
Get signed up, started, play with Naira Bets. Go to NairaBets.com and get involved. Here's our post spread for the 7th at Oakland. River Cactus, Robertino Diodoro.
Yeah, you have to be scared about the Diodoro runners, and actually both of them are running in this case. And this one was claimed for 12.5 and only drops to 10, not as big a drop as usual.
Entry mate, David Cohen aboard.
another drop down. In this case, off of a bad effort, can this horse rebound? I'm dubious. The one's probably the stronger of the two.
Yeah, entry mate breaks from post 5. Post 2 for Red Again.
Yeah, well, Red Again was a horse that was claimed by Wayne Potts, and Melton Wilson is deputizing for him. So I think this horse is like a Wayne Potts off the claim, and is probably interesting at a price.
Mr. Dougie Fresh, double-digit odds. Chris Hartman.
Spent a lot of time with Mr. Dougie Fresh, who used to run for Kieran McLaughlin in New York years ago. Been a lot of barns. Coming off a bad race, can he rebound?
9-1, looking for 8 with Francisco Arrieta.
This horse has got to improve to beat this field, though he is dropping down.
Believe in Holidays. Giovanni Franco, second off the bench.
I don't believe in Holidays. I don't believe in Holidays.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad you clarified.
I believe in Holidays if they benefit me.
Seau, 10-time winner.
Do we call him Junior? Stretching
We
out.
should.
Stretching out off collapsing towards the front end, 6 furlong races. That should work well.
He was so good.
He was good. Played for San Diego?
Yes.
Yeah, see?
Justin's Quest, well done. He's been
I'm on my
second
football game today.
in a third of his starts.
It is kind of amazing. It feels like a little bit ambitious. He has back form that's good enough, but mostly out of town.
And Pepper Pike, outside post, 3-time winner. He's 5-1 right now.
Yeah, he's taking an awful lot of money. I'm not really sure why. Got to get position from that outside. Doesn't really have any early speed.
So post time coming up here for the 7th. The Robertino Diodoro entry, 6-5 favoritism here.
It seems a little dicey to me. I would bet the 3 Red Again off the sort of faux Wayne Potts off the claim angle. There's a little bit of a price in here. I mean, the entry, I don't know. I mean, I guess the 1 is the one you want, right?
Not sold on either half, to be honest with you.
I agree. I agree. That's why I think the 3 could be interesting.
Well, let's get JK's thoughts. Jonathan.
Yeah, look, I mean, when I'm at Oakland, I always, if I see Diodoro, I look and look again and look again just to make sure I'm not being silly. But neither one of these horses really grabs me by the throat, and I think that that's important. You want that when you're dealing with an entry that's bet at 6-5 and likely to go off shorter than that, because at Oakland they bet those horses. I'm going to go with the 10 Pepper Pike to the outside. This is a straight speed figure play. I know some of you at home are thinking it's a different play, but it's not. It really is a speed figure play. This horse has 4, 5, 6 races that absolutely can win this race, especially if the Diodoros don't really show up and kind of outperform what I'm seeing on paper. I like the draw towards the outside. I'm a little bit concerned the 9-2 is going to come down a little bit more, and I don't want this horse too much lower than 9-2, but I definitely want the 10 Pepper Pike as my top choice in here. I'm going to try to beat this entry.
Do you want to say it or you want me to?
You, go ahead.
10 strike.
Oh, I didn't even know. Jonathan? It's 10 strike. Is he seeing Marshall anytime in the near future?
I didn't even say it.
No, you're probably seeing Marshall or something this week or something, and you think he's really worried. He called me the other day. He said, Jonathan picked up one of my horses. He's very upset with you.
No, I think this is the winner. I wouldn't lie to you, Andy.
Isn't that what used car salesmen say? Trust me. I mean, let's face it, we're not exactly different than used car salesmen, right?
So 9-2, Pepper Pike from that outside point. So that's JK money there, looking for his 4th win of his career.
JK and the whole 10 strike fan base. It's a pretty big one.
Well, look, good. I mean, he agrees too. It seems like a good opportunity to try and beat a 6-5 favorite.
I agree with that. I do agree. I won't be shocked if they win. I never am when Diodoro wins. I like the 3 Red Again, who has a good race 2 back, and they dropped down, didn't run well on the pace. But this is a Wayne Potts claim. This is, and we've seen Melton Wilson, or is it Wilson Melton, or whatever, or is it
this?
Is it
Melton Wilson?
Thornton Mellon. I'm thinking
Melton Wilson. This horse, the 3. I mean, it's not just you look at that 82 buyer 2 back. You're like, oh my God, where'd that come from? Because he ran so bad last out. He's run that race several times.
I agree. I'm in.
But it's kind of been good race, bad race. But he's due for a good one. We'll see. You can forgive him first off the bench. Vic Stauffer. Here's the 7th from Oakland.
They're at the post. They're off. Red Again broke beautifully, goes to the front from Mr. Dougie Fresh. Colosi's in the mix, so is Sayao, and Justin's Quest could be 5 wide, or he'll have to take back. Looking for 8 is next, then Believe in Holidays and Pepper Pike, and the early trailer is River Cactus. So they run around the clubhouse turn, and there's 4 across the track. Red Again, Mr. Dougie Fresh, a pumped-up Sayao in the center, and now those 3 kick on as Colosi takes back. Justin's Quest did take back and drop to the inside. Excellent move, Alex Conchari. He's 5th and 3 from the front. Then comes Believe in Holidays, 2.5, 2, looking for 8. And at the back of the pack are both River Cactus and Pepper Pike as they head up the backstretch, and the contested front end continues. It is Sayao just in front of Red Again. Sayao a neck. Red Again is second by a length, 2. Mr. Dougie Fresh in third. Then comes Colosi, 4th and 2.5 off the lead. He's 2 in front of Justin's Quest and looking for 8, who moves through for Arietta. Believe in Holidays is next, 3 back to River Cactus. Pepper Pike is still the trailer, and Sayao is still the leader. It is Sayao, a neck in front of Red Again in second. 2 lengths to Mr. Dougie Fresh. Here's looking for 8. He continues to catch the eye and move up. Looking for 8's about to take third for Arietta. He's got forward momentum, could be heard from on the money. Meanwhile, Sayao and Red Again continue their battle. Red Again is inside. Sayao is outside. 3 lengths to Looking for 8. He's after the top 2, and you better take a look at Looking for 8 and Francisco Arietta, because he is about to take over the front from Red Again and Sayao. Red Again, Sayao looking for 8 with the momentum. Red Again's tough to get by, looking for 8 to the outside. Looking for 8, Red Again. Red Again might turn him away, and he has. Red Again, a former claimer of the year at Oakland. He turns away looking for 8. Sayao was third, close for 4th between Mr. Dougie Fresh and Pepper Pike.
Red Again, 13th time he's won in his career. Vic mentioned his previous accolades. Nice pick here. And well done, Gary, with Tiago.
I got to say, Tiago gave this horse a very good ride, because even though, 4 of them went, you never felt like they were going that fast, Greg. And the one thing he never did was give up that rail position. He kept in there. The 8 was going, but he managed to find a way to actually rate inside, which is a very tricky thing to do. And I understand why Vic felt Looking for 8 was getting by, but he hung on the money.
Even money on the entry, by the way.
And I mean, nowhere. And the 1A got a perfect trip, right? Stalking behind the pace. Wow.
Gary Stevens, of course, representing jockey here, Tiago Pereira. And well done by those guys. Get another win, 5-1 on Red Again. Back to New York. Nightcap on this Friday card. Going to be on the lawn, sprinting 6 furlongs. New York Breds, $40,000 maiden claiming race. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, a real interesting race here. We got a couple first-time starters I'm interested. We'll start down on the rail with the 2-horse Karma's Warrior. Horse is out of a mare that won on synthetic. This is her first foal, but she is by War Dancer. Gets 13% winners in turf sprints, and horse looks very fit for a first-time starter. Has to overcome a rail draw. Always a little tough for a firster that might have a tendency to be a little bit green, but I think the horse is very well turned out from Michelle Nevin. Horse right next door, 63S, the 3-horse mare, was a 4-time winner on the turf. This is a half to Big Wonder, who's won some races here, turf sprinting. I definitely think this horse will appreciate getting on the turf, and a horse that's a pretty big price from what I can see over here on the board. But I kind of like what I'm seeing from this horse, and I think the turf move is certainly going to improve this horse's performance, who did show some speed sprinting on the dirt, and sometimes that translates well when they get to a more preferred surface. The 5 Box of Joe, definitely a horse that's been running on synthetic, has those longer, slacker patterns, flatter foot, should appreciate the move to the turf for sure. Gets Hall of Famer Javier Castellano aboard. And then the first-time starter that's probably going to get the check mark from me, I got to watch him warm up on the racetrack first, is the 7, Ms. Tartanic. This horse has really turned out well. The mare is a 5-time winner on the turf. This horse is a half to a horse that won in the second start on the turf, so there is some precocity there. And I really like what I'm seeing from this first-time starter. Definitely has the physical prowess to handle the turf as well.
All right, Mig, thank you. The 7, Mr. Tonic, 9-1. With 7-2 morning line, that's not a great sign, though.
Yeah, this horse, and I agree with Richie. The Dam won 5 turf races. I know you saw that. Now, the one horse that won the turf from the Dam was a Courageous Cat. who I believe was second, the Breeders' Cup Turf Mile. This is Mission Impassable. It's not as good turf. I just think from Joe Sharp, this horse is dead on the board right now at 9-1. This horse could almost be favored by default, right?
Yeah.
Or certainly lower. I mean, this horse is the same price as Perfect Banker. Now, to be fair, Perfect Banker has one turf race, but Perfect Banker's had a lot of chances. 9 times the turf and never hit the board.
Yeah, Perfect Banker, the 11, who is 7-1 right now. 0 for 9 on the money on the grass.
So this might be the right spot to hit the board.
Well, I'm not going to rule anything. What was it? Boom, boom, kaboom. Finally won yesterday.
2 in a row
for George Weaver.
2 in a row. Boom, boom, kaboom.
Yeah.
I picked him at 680 or something.
I think over 23 to start, and now 2 for his last 2.
Yeah, he improved, and he
yeah, sorry,
really turned
went
his
back
right
to
surface.
back,
Yeah,
excuse me. 4-1 on Luca at the Spire. Cancel.
I don't. There must be a story or something. I mean, I know it's a Freud. The damn Bruce Forrest tried the turf. None of them did any running. This horse beat 100 lengths at a huge price first time out. I'm confused.
That's the only half of the entry. The 1A's out. The rail to Karma's Warrior, first timer.
This horse has some pedigree. If you go in the second generation, this is probably the interesting pedigree play.
63S, damn 4-time winner on the grass.
I guessed in here, as I was saying to you off camera, Greg, if I've got a little inkling on a horse at a big price in this race, I'm in.
Raw Courage. Blinkers come off 8-1. Dylan Davis.
He's named after me, actually. I hate to be so modest about it. There's really not much turf pedigree. It is a Declaration of War, so there is turf on the damp sire side.
Here's the favorite, Box of Joe. This will be the turf debut.
Love the midshipmans. One horse tried the turf, didn't do any running. I don't know why. Why do you want this horse at 5-2 in here?
Mike Maker, Javier Castellano. 44-1 on Red Jet.
Big pick 6 killer. Wow, not much to recommend on this one.
Getting a big warm-up under Heeman Harkey. Turf debut for that one as well. The 7, the first-timer that Mig talked about.
I don't see how this horse is 8-1 if this horse is live in here. I'm sorry. In this field, this horse could literally be favored just because.
Poor sign. Let the board be your friend, or it will steer you the wrong way. Sell something. First turf start, I should say, was against a lot better.
Yeah, and I tried to make a case watching the race, but I mean, this horse just did absolutely no running. The dam won on the turf, but she's produced 3 to try the turf, and none of them did any running.
Pepper King, Jackie Davis, turf debut.
Another pick 6 blow up. See if Jackie can get it. She's done it before. She blew up that pick 6 at a huge price at Aqueduct.
He's got a short fuse. Manny Franco, turf debut.
Also named after me. This is the first fall from a dam that never tried the turf.
Dirt speed. Will it translate to the lawn? 7-1 Perfect Banker.
I think the best thing is how this horse is he has the most turf experience. I don't know if that's good or bad, but.
And Royal Time, blinkers on, unraced dam, turf debut.
Gotta love those not this times, though, but there's just nothing to recommend. There's no turf you could find, so not for me.
5 minutes away, a puzzler to close out the Friday card. JK, your thoughts?
You know, I don't have anything overly clever. I mean, I think the 5, Box of Joe, and I'll get to that horse a little bit more. Let's talk about the 2 and the 7 first. The 2, Karma's Warrior. This is the type of horse that there's not a whole lot that points to this horse running well, but if you're looking for an alternative, you don't necessarily trust the 5 Box of Joe, who I'm going to end up picking on top. I suppose as a first-time starter, this is a horse that you could land on. But to Andy's point, I have a note here on the 7. What does the board say? This horse, for Joe Sharp, Little Stranger Danger, this is a horse that shows up debuting. They shipped the horse up here that was in Kentucky, also down in Louisiana, and they brought the New York bred up here. Like Andy said, this horse had a right on paper to be favored. And the fact this horse is that price, I'm going to go with the, Mizratronic can't run. And I guess I could be wrong in a couple of minutes, but I'm going to go with the 5 Box of Joe. This is a horse that got bet on debut for Brad Cox, which doesn't get me overly excited. It's Brad Cox at Turfway Park. They're going to bet the horse. Then the horse ends up in Mike Maker's barn and runs maiden special weight in a race that was taken off the turf. They wanted to get on the grass. They ended up having to run on the dirt in an off-the-turf race. Now they're getting the grass, and they're getting an easier group. Give me the 5 Box of Joe.
All right, so 2-1 favorite, Box of Joe. Turf debut. And look, a lot of times we think the races that are so wide open, anything can happen, and what happens, the favorite wins.
Yeah, I could never take Box of Joe here. Did I use the horse in my now completely defunct pick 4? And it looks so promising at the start. That happens all the time, and it's been over 2 since. I get it, but to me, in a race like this and a horse like this, you're just supposed to find somebody else. I'm going to go with the 3 and 2 as my alternatives.
We're going to be saying goodbye to those watching on Bally Sports Southern California. Thanks for being with us. We're going to continue, of course, on FS2. You can see the remainder of our program there, or on YouTube, of course, New York Racing Association, our page, or on Naira Bets. So this still to come. Our feature at Oakland still to come as well.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
And
looking forward to seeing you again tomorrow.
Yeah, first weekend of this Belmont meet is coming up again. So hope you stay with us this weekend for a lot more America's Day at the Races. Those again, watching on Bally Sports Southern California. So long, FS2, YouTube, and Naira Bets, where you can catch the remainder of the program. Those still with us, thanks for staying. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling. Got JK with us as well. Gary Stevens out at Oakland. And Mig with us, I believe, still. As we get set for this Friday finale here on the turf, 6 furlongs in this New York bred $40,000 maiden claiming race.
Yeah, and I mean, Greg and I have been discussing it up here, and okay, it's just it's a very hard race to look at and say, I really like X horse, because there's just really no form to go on. And a horse like the 5 has run well enough on the dirt that it's understandable this horse is taking money, and it's sort of a Mike Maker situation, synthetic. They tried to get on turf last time. The race was rained off. But the reality is, well, I'm a fan of Mig Shipman, who's a very under-the-radar sire. It's not a real pedigree that says this horse is supposed to jump up on the turf. Mike Maker does do well in situations, but do you really think taking 2-1 in a situation like this is how you make money? I don't. I'm on the 3 with a little 2.
Let's head back downstairs to Mig.
Well, kind of applying the same logic that Andy just talked about. I'm looking for a stranger. I'm looking for somebody who hasn't proven what their level is or where they're at, and I'm leaning towards first-time starters. I like the 2, Karma's Warrior in the paddock. I liked him on the racetrack. I love Jose Gomez on. His enthusiasm's infectious. I think horses feed on positive energy. I like that first-time starter, but I landed on the 7, Mr. Tonic. I love the way he warmed up. I understand. He may be a little cold on the board, but I got to go with my gut on this one. I just really like what I saw from this horse from a physical perspective.
Mig just got photobombed by the way as well. Everybody loves Mig.
What's not to like?
Oh, that was a Tampa Bay Lightning fan. Mig's going to the final game for the Islanders tonight.
I thought he was a Ranger fan. He's kind of a traitor, isn't he? I mean, he really is a sellout.
Yeah,
it really is, you know. He's supposed to have a little bit more, you know, I'm a little disappointed in him, actually. Should we get him we should get him an Islanders jersey. He should be forced to wear an Islanders jersey on the show.
I'll tell you what, if the 7 does not hit the top 3 on the board, that's going to happen. On
That's right.
Saturday, he'll be in an Isles uniform.
He's clearly not he's really not, yeah.
5, the favorite, Box of Joe, turf debut, 6, 9, or 12, result in a double pick 6 carryover. Let's go to John Embrial.
They're in the gate for the 9th. And they're off. It's Raw Courage, who goes out for the early lead. 63S on the inside, runs in second. Box of Joe now moves up. Box of Joe moves into second. He's got a short fuse as third. Far outside is Royal Time in fourth. And then comes a Perfect Banker next in fifth. Alongside is Pepper King in sixth. And then it is Sell Something, who's running in seventh. Red Jet is next in eighth. Luca at the Spa runs in ninth. And then it is Mr. Tonic in 10th. 63S is running in 11th, and at the back is Karma's Warrior in 12th. The opening quarter mile, 22 and 4. Roar Courage challenged here by the favorite Box of Joe on the outside. He's got a short fuse, just in behind, running in third. On the outside is Royal Time, next in fourth, followed by Perfect Banker, the half 46 and 2. And they are in the stretch. Here is Box of Joe right alongside of Raw Courage. Box of Joe takes the lead. Raw Courage continues to battle on the inside. A late move here from Mr. Tonic, who has moved into third. It is Box of Joe who gets away now. Mr. Tonic continues to gain. They come for the finish. Box of Joe has won it. First time starter, Mr. Tonic completes the exacta.
Box of Joe, public was all over it. 7-5 favorite, gets the win. The 7-horse first timer, he was running big down the stretch.
Yeah, no, he looked like he actually had a chance to catch this horse. Just a little too much ground, but that was a big close for the Joe Sharp first time starter. Listen, I'm not shocked this horse won, but congratulations. You got 480. I guess there just wasn't a lot going on in here. I'm happy for my friend Kirk Wyckoff, who owns this horse.
Yeah, Three Diamonds Farm, Mike Maker, Javier Castellano. Look at this 7-horse first time out. Horse will not be 6-1 in start number 2.
No. The question is, do you want to bet him? He seems like he got cut off. Did he get cut off at the start? We just saw that. Oh, I was looking at the other. I'm sorry, I can't figure out which TV I'm watching. There may have been something at the start that may have hurt the number 7 a little bit. Maybe he should have won this race. Just got great position for Javier Castellano and basically looked like a winner every step of the way, and he was.
All right, we're going to try and get you that beginning here in just a moment. See if we can pick anything up with a 7. But it's your favorite Box of Joe getting on the lawn for the first time. That was a good point. I mean, J.K. made. Mike Maker got this horse and immediately tried to put him in a New York bred maiden special weight on the grass, even though it was rained out. Let's go back to the beginning in here and keep your eyes on the 7. Let's see if there's anything there with Mr. Tonic.
Let's see what happened. He jumped up at the start and jumped up, and the 8 came over. Yeah, and you see now he ducks in. Typically green firster, but boy, I mean, if that horse was more professional, he clearly would have won this race. And I think my friend Kirk Wyckoff is going, please tell me somebody claimed this. Could somebody claim this horse? Somebody claimed this horse. It'd be a miracle.
5, 7, 1, 4. And with that poor start and that finish, Mr. Tonic.
7 was a tough luck loser. Sorry, Mig. Put that Islanders jersey on.
Great pick, though, yep. No, he hit the board, so he doesn't have to wear it.
I don't know, man. I've lost a lot of respect for him.
Feature up next from Oakland. Mile 16th, Lowitz optional claiming field. We will go through the field when we come back. Stick with us.
Code of Honor, multiple Grade 1 winner and 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 Travers, the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup, the Grade 2 Fountain of Youth. He was a debut winner at 2 in Saratoga, following up with a gutsy performance, running second in the Grade 1 Champagne Stakes. Son of a champion out of a graded stakes winner, with an outstanding physical to match. Code of Honor, standing at Lane's End.
Watching America's Day at the Races on FS2, brought to you by Naira Bets. Go to NairaBets.com, download the app, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Nightcap in New York. Box of Joe, the favorite, able to, well, beneficiary a bit with Mr. Tonic having a poor break because that first-timer was rolling late.
Yeah. I mean, I guess there's the argument, you know, because if you bet the 7, you're frustrated. First-time starters, sometimes they do kind of wacky things. But this horse, you know, broke a little slowly, got shut off, ducked into the inside, and clearly probably was best in here. But the favorite got it done, Box of Joe.
Javier Castellano, again, Mike Maker, 3 diamonds, farm $4.80 for the victory, 5-7-1. Pick 5 comes back over $2,500, and the pick 6 on a carryover day, $8,229. Of course, UBS Arena on the grounds, and final game of the season for the Islanders coming up tonight.
Boy, Richie got his wig on pretty quickly.
He'll be there. Signing
wig
autographs.
on, you think? Wig on?
Go on. If you see him at the game,
It's a
feel free
man
to
of the
ask.
people. Man of the people.
$8,229 for that payout this pick 6 carryover afternoon. Had a couple of tough ones to try and come up with. We Ready, $1,880, and Montauk Daddy in a race that was filled with speed, not an easy one to find.
Right. But meanwhile, the parlay for $1 was around 5,000 or so, somewhere in that range, and it paid 8, so congratulations if you had it.
8th at Oakland. Approaching the 5-minute mark to post here. The mile and 16th, this allowance optional claiming field. Wow, Tap for Me taking all the money right now for Steve Asmussen, and this rider he's been using quite a bit, Isaac Castillo.
For good reason. He's ridden very, very well. Here's my problem with Tap for Me, and he's the worst to beat. He's also been odds on 3 straight races and only won 1 of them. But that bothers me a little bit. It's supposed to be moving up front. You would think there's going to be some pace. 5 could have some speed. The 10 could have some speed. Horse to beat, yeah. I'm going to try to beat with the 7, Mariah's Fortune.
For Brad Cox coming out of the Grade 3 Fantasy. Sundial starts off the post parade. Stablemate of the favorite for Asmussen.
Could use one to time some of the horses I bet on.
23-1. Texas Rain just claimed now with Carl Broberg.
Yeah, and Carl's not had a ton of success off the claim at Oakland, but he's had some horses improve. This one needs to.
For Flurry Racing Stables of She Dares the Devil fame. Broken Breeze, Nora McKnight trains.
Ran big last time, coming down from, second-time starter, but can this horse duplicate that performance? That was a big race last time.
CC Harbor begging for a hot pace up front.
Yeah, and he'll need every bit of it. This horse is a big price.
Came from miles out of it to get second last start at a mile and a 16th, 19-1. Warriors Battle put together 3 in a row. That came to an end last time out.
I am surprised that this one of the Coxes 5-2 and the other one's 10-1. I didn't. Oh, it is 10 strike. I bet Jonathan likes this one.
Yes.
Jonathan
was a distant second to a filly who was in the Ashland hit the board.
Jonathan frantically picking somebody else.
Swanage, huge price at 34-1.
Absolutely
Speed.
off the claim.
Going to be forward in here. 3-time winner. Here's Mariah's Fortune, Brad Cox as well.
She didn't show up in her last race in the fantasy, but what's wrong with her prior 2 races? I thought she made sense here. I'm betting on her.
Duplicitous. Wesley Hawley comes off a win.
Good name. Would have to improve off the last race. The figures aren't that bad. This horse is not impossible.
7-5 favorite. Here she is, daughter of Tappet for Asmussen.
She's the best horse. I have no argument with that, but I do worry about the fact that she's been short prices and not gotten it done.
And 14-1 outside, another one who can be forward, sprinter stretching out.
She's hard to make, but you got a rare chance to get Robertino Diodoro off the claim at a gigantic price. And that's all I could say to, pump her up at all, right?
4 minutes to post. You don't often see this barn at this price. Brad Cox, Mariah's Fortune at 9-1. Let's go to Gary Stevens for more.
Yeah, guys, they ran her in the fantasy, and she was 15-1 in the fantasy, and she had Flavian Pratt for Brad Cox. So realistically, you would think that she with those connections that she would have been a shorter price if they really actually liked her, if anybody liked her. I'm glad that Andy likes her today. Look, she's really on her toes out here in the post parade. I think she will show some speed. Is that going to affect your favorite in here? I couldn't really make an excuse for the favorite in here last time, Tap for Me, that she ran. She shortened up to a mile. She looked like she was all set to pounce. But back to Mariah's Fortune. Yeah, she is getting class relief, and I'm with Andy. She put 2 good races in prior to trying in the fantasy that last time. And why not take a shot? You know, it was an 8-horse field. You see what you've got. Everybody has dreams about the Oaks and the Kentucky Derby. Now they're back realistic, back into a one other than optional. But I think she's still going to have to improve in here to be able to beat the Cox other horse, the 5-horse Warriors Battle, along with your favorite Tap for Me. Greg?
All right, Gary, thank you. Yeah, Brad Cox with his other horse in here, or I guess his main horse, is she going to be in front?
Who, the 5 or the 9?
The 9's quick too, right?
The 5 and 9 are supposed to both be forward in this race. I will be surprised if either one is eager to let the other one go in here, and I think they could be engaged. I'll tell you something else. Isn't the 10 a horse that could be forward?
No
this
question.
Horse is stretching out off the claim for Diodoro. That horse could go. Diodoro off the claim in a route at 16-1. I mean, this horse is impossible to make on paper. Don't get me wrong.
Why? More so just the presence of her and the fact that those two want to battle up front. Does it cancel them all out?
I don't think it helps them. I'll put it that way. That's why I took the 7. I like that. I hear what Gary said. Even Gary actually, not that he disagreed with me about the 7, but I'm saying I understand what he's saying about the 5. The 5 has been more consistently. I don't even know. I got to tell you something. I like the 7 here. I'm sticking to that. I think the 7 is a big overlay here.
7-1. Giovanni Franco, one of Gary's riders, will be aboard for the Cox Barn. Let's look at Tap for Me. This was back on February 13th, 2 starts back when she was on the lead and she was dominant against maidens.
Right. She got it done that day at 3-5. She lost her prior start. She was 4th at 4-5. Last time out, she was 2nd at 4-5. I looked up Guana Key, the horse who beat her.
Yeah.
I don't want to say she's totally living up to her name, but she's not that good.
No.
She's okay, but she's no superstar. And you look at, when you see, anytime a horse loses at odds on, it's a knock, because they're a heavy favorite to win. Now listen, sometimes they run a freakishly good horse that really ran, but you look at 3 times at odds on and 1 win, to me that's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the first time you could forgive.
Sprint,
she really improved, right? Going 2 turns,
she did.
mile to 16th.
But she had everything her own way. But now she's got an outside post with a speed outside of her and a speed inside of her.
I
agree. It's hard to imagine that Brad Cox with the 5 isn't going to go, because if he doesn't go, he's going to hand the race to Tap for Me. So he's got to be forward in this race, and he does have another horse in the race. And I'm not saying, Mariah's Fortune is not particularly slow. So it's not like she's they're not using her as a rabbit, but I don't see how Brad Cox can let that horse get away.
Well, meanwhile, here's the Brad Cox speedster. She had won 3 consecutive races. This is the 3rd of those 3. She was just dominant against this group.
She was. And then she was a huge favorite against Interstate Daydream, who went up as sort of the co-favorite or second choice to Nest in the Ashland, and she was badly beaten 2nd or 3rd in that race.
Yeah.
Now, Nest is legit, but still, she didn't come anywhere close to running as well as she did when she beat this horse. Now, maybe she just didn't run back to it. But our last race was okay, but once again, short prices. I'm not sold on either one of these. I think I got a feeling they could be moving a little bit up front. There's no truth to the rumor. I just want to dispel this right away, that Jonathan left because he wanted to pick the 10 strike horse and they made fun of him. There's no truth to that rumor. I don't care what people are telling you. That's not why Jonathan's not here.
And that is the 5, by the way.
He had to leave us.
He is gone. We miss him already.
He went into a phone booth and changed into Superman.
So 5-2 on Warriors Battle. 6-5 favorite. Been the favorite throughout. Tap for Me. But you're looking at the 5, the Cox runner. He's got 2 in here. Both of them obviously the 5 I would think wants to be more forward.
But it's not like the 6, the 7's slow.
No.
I agree. The 5 is more forward, but the 7's not that much slower. I'm going to miss the Oakland Circle. When that meet ends next Sunday, I'm gonna really miss that Oakland Circle.
It's your favorite.
I love the Circle. That and the long walk at Tampa.
You
down
can. I will say this, because as we get to talk it out, you can look at a race forever, okay? And just talking it out with someone else, as we do on set, it comes into so much more clarity, doesn't it? And these
agree.
final circles give us the time to do that.
And I think that's why they're doing it. They're doing it for us, Greg.
Do you feel that same way, though?
No, I agree. I mean, I agree, and I think that's one of the bases for Talking Horses, our pre-day handicapping show, which you've done with me. And the principle behind it is, you get people talking about the races, and the best thing to do is have people from two different approaches that have coherent and cogent ideas. And it's like anything. If you're listening to somebody talk about a race, you want them to point something out to you that you might have missed.
Yeah.
You can think about it and say, I don't agree with that person, as you should. Just because I say it or Greg said it, doesn't mean it's like you adopt the opinion. But at least give the opponents a little bit of thought and say, I didn't see that way, but I think it'll be this. That's fine. But I think, and sometimes, after the race, you say, that was a reasonable point, even if they didn't win. I think that's how you make yourself a better handicapper.
Yeah. Find a good partner out there just to talk through it if you have that opportunity.
Yeah.
Because it really brings and you're not going to doesn't mean you're going to be right all the time, but it will sharpen your handicapping. 7-5 favorite remains Tap For Me, Whisper Hill Farm, owned and bred, Steve Asmussen. And a young rider. There's been a lot of good storylines at the meet. Obviously, John Court's been one of them. John Ortiz as a trainer has been a great story.
And I'm also happy about David Cabrera winning the rider title. His unfortunate injury, and we hope that he's recovering. And obviously miss seeing him ride, because he really rode exceptionally well at this meet, and really was dominating when he had that unfortunate injury. And look forward to him coming back. And I'm glad to see that he was able to hold on and get the title, because he just deserved it.
Barring a couple of crazy days.
Yeah,
right?
I think Santana's. He's here Saturday, tomorrow, right?
He's going to be out of town quite a bit.
Yeah, I thought his age. Ruben told me he was only maybe tomorrow or one more day after this. I don't know. Whatever. I feel as though he's the winner of the meet.
Yeah,
I know it's part of the game, and people are laid up sometimes, but that was a tough one, particularly, and he was riding so well.
But my whole point in bringing that up, this man here on the 9. Isaac Castillo, making a name for himself, too, getting opportunities for the winningest trainer in North American history.
Riding very well.
And producing. We'll see if he can do it here on Tap For Me, the 9. We're set for the feature from Oakland. Here's Vic Stauffer.
They're at the post. They're off. Warriors Battle and Swanage shows speed. Lady Valentine is quarter horsed in the center. Tap For Me goes with her, and those outside two are absolutely fairly flying, and they're going to clear off. Tap For Me and Lady Valentine. Swanage will sit in third at the rail, then Warriors Battle and Duplicitous, followed by Texas Rain and Mariah's Fortune. Sundial is next, then A Broken Breeze, and a slow start has CC Harbor at the back of the pack. So Lady Valentine and Tap For Me. Lady Valentine is feeling cracks of the whip from Martine Garcia, making it very tough on the big favorite Tap For Me. Tap For Me's ahead in front. Lady Valentine is second, 2 lengths to Warriors Battle. She sits in a good spot third, 2.5 in front of Swanage in fourth. Then it's 3 back to Mariah's Fortune. She's got about 6 lengths to make up. Texas Rain and a Sundial are next, with Duplicitous outside. A Broken Breeze is beginning to wind up from the back of the pack, about 9 from the lead. And then 10 lengths last to CC Harbor. And Tap For Me has had enough of Lady Valentine. Lady Valentine's gone. Tap For Me has the lead, with Warriors Battle chasing in second. Tap For Me is 3 lengths in front at the quarter pole. Warriors Battle is 6 lengths in front of her stablemate. That's Mariah's Fortune. She's about to lose third to Texas Rain. 3 back to A Broken Breeze. Tap For Me running a very, very big race after that early heat. Tap For Me to the final furlong with a 5-length lead on Warriors Battle. Texas Rain is next. 4 back to Mariah's Fortune. Tap For Me, a 16th out with a 5-length lead. Texas Rain is now clearly in second. Warriors Battle is third, but Tap For Me is clearly best. Texas Rain is second. Isaac Castillo and Tap For Me the best. Tap For Me won by 2 1/4. Texas Rain second. Warriors Battle third. Mariah's Fortune finished fourth.
Tap For Me, pestered early by that long shot, Lady Valentine, and does not matter at all in the end.
This horse was an hour and a half the best in here. An aggressive ride in the 10, forced this horse to go early. It looked like the number 5 Warriors Battle was sitting in the catbird seat. She couldn't gain at all. Was easily passed by the Carl Broberg claim, Texas Rain, who did improve. Second off the claim, and my 7 horse, Mariah's Fortune, got an absolutely perfect trip under Giovanni Franco. She had absolutely nothing. I think she finished fourth in here. Maybe, yeah, the 5 and 7 were third and fourth, but distant. This was much the best. She's no groupie doll, but she's not bad.
Out of groupie doll, of course. High expectations of trying to live up to that, what she produced in her career. Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint winner. Tap for Me, second win of her career. 2 wins her last 3 starts, and to get pressured like that and pull away from this group, big effort from this 4-year-old filly. 9-2-5 in the feature at Oakland. We still have the nightcap to come. We're going to take a timeout. We'll talk the Saturday feature when we return. And speaking of the man who just won the last race, Steve Asmussen, he'll send out 2 in that Saturday feature, The Bachelor, with Kairama and Cogburn looking to make it 3 in a row.
They're off in the United Nations. Fantastic is sent hard to take the lead. Fantastic has been there every step of the way. Fantastic shakes loose with a quarter of a mile to go. He's in front by 2 lengths, but it is Fantastic to take them coast to coast in the United Nations.
155 and in the back, 150,000. Jody, thank you.
Fantastic, standing at 3 chimneys.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubois standing in Kentucky. Dubois, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is establishing himself as a sire of sires. His sons at stud include exciting young international stallions like Night of Thunder, Time Test, and Zarak. With his picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubois brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. Look for his first yearlings this year. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
We are back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Tap for Me, pressured early, still tons in the tank and much the best in this group. Second win of her career, Steve Asmussen, Isaac Castillo, Whisper Hill Farm.
This was an impressive win by her. I mean, she took that real heat from the 10 on the outside. In a lot of ways, you thought she was like going to be done in by that. And she just drew away. Impressive performance by her in a nice race for the number 2 off the claim to run second for Carl Proberg.
Tap for Me wins as the favorite. Isaac Castillo producing for the Asmussen barn. And $4.80 for the win. Yeah, 9-1 on Texas Rain Warriors Battle. Distant third in this race. $179 trifecta.
It's not bad.
Not at
the
all.
2 in there. Favorites,
Wow.
yeah. That is pretty good.
One more still to come.
That's huge, actually.
Yes, right?
Yeah. Like twice what it should have paid.
State-bred maiden special weight here to close out the card. 6 furlong sprint. 3-5 pattern bet. Ron Moquette coming out of our favorite race, the Rainbow Miss.
If you can get away from the fact that she's got 4 second-place finishes and 4 stars, she can't lose on paper. I thought the 7 running the streets, the second-time star, was a little interesting, but that's about it.
All right, we'll talk more about this field coming up in a moment. The Saturday feature, as we alluded to going to break, Steve Asmussen's got a couple in here. He's got Cogburn trying to make it 3 in a row. Speed of this field. He also has Kairama, and that's where Isaac Castillo will wind up. 7-length score last time out, a horse who can sit and stalk.
Pay no attention to that morning line. If you like Kairama, she won't be favored in here. And she was very good last time. We talked about her last time. Cutting back from routes to sprints would help her. She's better going shorter. she beat up on a weaker field, and she ran very, very well to do it. Or he did, and he's a talented runner. I like him. But this race sets up much differently. There does not project to be a lot of pace, and his stablemate, Cogburn, who might be more talented than him, looks to be the controlling speed. So while I think Kairama is a nice horse, I don't think he'll be favored. I think Cogburn could be odds-on in this race, and I'm not sure he shouldn't be.
He's just too quick, it would appear, for this group.
Jeez.
Cogburn, let's show him in action. Broke his maiden, start number 2 as a favorite. Then he was odds-on in his first try against Winners. He was dominant in both those 2 races, won them both by a combined 8+ lengths. This was the try against Winners in his 3-year-old debut.
And I did not look the field up, but my recollection was that there was some speed in this race. And he just disposed of them like they weren't even in the race, like they were gnats. This was a very impressive performance by him. I don't deny that Dairam is a good horse. It's nice to be Steve Asmussen and have these 2 runners near. The fear to have the field over the barrel. But Cogburn just looks like a horse that's going to be controlling on the front end, and I think he's going to be an overwhelming favorite here, and I believe he should be.
And it's, it's interesting because you go back to Kairama and you look at the beginning of his career. Obviously, Asmus had high expectations for him, right? He puts him into the Grade 3 Nashua, start number 2 off a maiden win that didn't get that big of a number.
And it is interesting because he shipped him here. He actually was at Belmont Park. We moved it here when we moved the last week. What would have been the first week of racing at Aqueduct, we moved to Belmont. Obviously, he didn't run great in there. I just think with Steve, he wanted to find out what he had. He wants to see, do I have horses I'm going to be going towards the Triple Crown with? I mean, that's why people are giving expensive 2-year-olds to Steve Asmussen. And a lot of trainers, they want to get to the biggest races. And in Steve's case, he wants to find out what he has. In this case, he's got a horse that's better going shorter and a nice horse in Kairama.
He also likely has a horse that's going to be the favorite in the Kentucky Derby and Epicenter.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it'll depend on who Mattress Mac bets. Honestly, if Mattress Mac bets Epicenter, he'll be favored. If Mattress Mac bets Zandon, he's going to be very. Talking about betting $3 or $4 million, and going through the pool, it feels like there's 40, 45 million in the win pool. A $4 million bet in a 3-to-1 shot is going to get $12 million. Whoever gets that money is going to be favored in this race between the 2 of them. We'll see who he bets on. If it's Epicenter, he'll be favored.
Going to be a fun first Saturday of May right around the corner. Epicenter, Zandon vying for that role of top choice in the race. And we got opening day coverage under the Twin Spires coming up tomorrow on our program. Feature on opening day, that is the Roxalana 5-horse field, and Caribbean Caper coming in undefeated for Al Stahl.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign. What the Peter Pan?
We are back on America's Day at the Races. We got this for you tomorrow. Opening day at Churchill Downs. First post under the lights, 6 p.m. Eastern start time. And the opening day feature, the Roxalana for fillies and mares, 6 furlong sprint. It's going to be a fun meet. And of course, we're going to talk nonstop Derby and Oaks the next few days. In this race, the Roxalana, which we'll have for her tomorrow night, Caribbean Caper, she comes in for her 4-year-old debut, trained by Alstall with a perfect 5-for-5 record, but now tackling the toughest field she's ever faced.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not knocking her. She's obviously a talented horse, and I'm always a fan of Alstall's horses, but this is a very, very contentious field. And I think for her to come in this race off a bit of a layoff and be favored, maybe, you know, people see those wins. They like those records, undefeated record, but I'm going to tell you, Bayerness, who won our Shine Again up in Saratoga, she runs her good races, and she doesn't have to, but she does. She's going to be a handful for this filly.
She is multiple graded stakes placed. Caribbean Caper, of course, this was a grade 3 win. It was impressive in the Dogwood. It came at Churchill as well. It's 7/8. But yeah, she's going to get a new level of competition. We'll see. Maybe she'll take a big step forward from 3 to 4. Obviously in a great barn. Alstall, as mentioned. She does get an outside post. Doesn't hurt.
Yeah, no, she's a player in this race, but this is not an easy field. I mean, you look through it, and pretty much every horse in there can run a little bit.
That's race 9, opening day card Saturday night at Churchill Downs. We are looking forward to it. We're going to have coverage all meet long. A big one that first Saturday in May, too.
That's a big day, yeah. I'm
Oaks,
not going.
Derby. Going to be a lot of fun. Regret, Matt Wynn, June 12th, Stephen Foster. And July 4th, closing day. We're going to bring a lot of it to you here on America's Day at the Races. Speaking of the Oaks, Shug McGahee back in this race for the first time in, I believe, 19 years.
Is that right? So that was 2003. Wow.
Won it.
Don't tell me you had. He won it with dispute, right? 1993.
29 years ago?
Yeah, that's right. 1993 he won it with dispute. He had the favorite Glitter Woman, and I want to say 97.
Had Yell, right?
He also had Yell. Yeah, but he had Glitter Woman as well for Joe Allen.
Kathleen O, undefeated coming in. What do you think of her?
What's not to like? I mean, I think she's obviously. I mean, she is. She's proven herself to be a very talented filly. I sometimes wonder if those horses at Gulfstream can bring that form to other places, but I don't know what there isn't to like about this horse. I think she's terrific. I really haven't formed a real opinion in this race. They draw it Monday as well, but if you're Shug, you got to be happy.
She's moved forward as well. Every single start, she's run a bigger figure, and that biggest coming to that Gulfstream Park Oaks in that grade 2 win. So, filly by Upstart out of a Blame mare. Shug, Wingate Stables, not just back in this race with a major player.
No question about it. Yeah, no question about it. She's obviously very good. And I'm dubious that Echo Zulu is going to win this race. Now, it doesn't mean that this horse has to win because there are other players out there. But if you don't like Echo Zulu, you have to consider her.
You said you are dubious.
Yeah, I'm against Echo Zulu. Mile and 1/8. I really, as good as Echo Zulu is, I think she's going to be better going shorter. I didn't like her comeback race. I'm not saying I know that Yuguri is going to be in front of her. We'll see how much pressure she puts on her or if she goes in front of her. And I just feel like she was so good last year, but I feel like there were no good 3-year-old fillies around. This all of a sudden, a lot of late bloomers showed up.
Yeah.
They're pretty darn good.
A lot of new faces. Yeah. Kathleen O, of course, one of them. So is Gary, grade 3 fantasy winner. With more on her, let's go to Gary Stevens.
Yeah, guys, and she had a workout at Keeneland earlier and went 5/8 and 101. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say that this is Flavien Prat aboard you, Gary. Florent Giroux rode her in the fantasy. She broke off very, very smooth. Her workmate broke off about 3/4 of a length behind her, and she was extremely smooth coming into the stretch around that far turn. Pratt sitting motionless on her, didn't ask her for any speed. The company comes up and joins her, and she immediately goes with her in a flow with her company all the way through the wire. I thought it was a good workout. She galloped out nice, but once again, she was under no pressure from Flavien Prat during this workout. And the fantasy, she went straight to the lead that day. I thought she ran a great race. There was nothing not to like about it. She's improved. in all of her races this year. She continues to improve. Looks like she's flourishing from that workout, what we saw, but she was put under pressure through the lane from Florent. She responded to it, and she was actually, I thought she was going to get beat inside the 16th pole, and she actually was pulling away at the end of the race. There was an inquiry in there, but the inside horse had came out and bothered her in that race. But I thought it was a very, very good effort that she put into the fantasy. Like I said, nothing not to like about this race. She's got beautiful action to her. And when she was asked for encouragement, she responded to it. A lot of these fillies, sometimes when you ask them, they're not there for you. She was there for Florent that day, and I liked what I saw. She's going to have to step forward again. Listen, I'm like Andy. I'm waiting for the draw. I'm waiting for the draw on both of these races. It's the best Oaks Derby double I've seen in a lot of years, at least on papers. I hope that it all develops on the racetrack come Derby and Oaks Day, guys.
Gary, it really is. I mean, especially the Derby seems so wide open this year. Gary, it seems, I mean, just from the figures she's been running, it seems like she needs to take a big move forward to contend in this race.
There's just too many horses she has to leapfrog, and Echo Zulu, whether you like her or not, is in her way in some respects. So it's very hard for her to win this race. I think Yagiri's a nice horse. This is a very tough Oaks, and there are quite a few horses that are players in this race, and just looking forward to putting it all together when they draw the race on Monday.
You know, it's interesting with Nest, who we're going to get to now for Todd Pletcher. I thought she was sort of the mirror image of her male counterpart from the same barn, Mo Donegal, but she's really seemed to take another big step forward in her 2 wins as a 3-year-old now, especially that Ashland when she won by 8+ lengths.
This was a joke. I mean, I don't know that she beat a super tough field in here, but my gosh, she just buried them. You know, I remember when she won her debut here, and Richie Migliori was interviewing Irad Ortiz, who wrote her after the race, and said, "You think it's the greatest stakes horse?" And Irad said, "Oh yeah." And I said to Richie, "She'll never win a greatest stakes." So she's won, I think, a 2, a 3, and a 1. So I nailed that one. She's gotten better and better with all of her starts. I mean, listen, she ran well when she won the Demoiselle, and I think at first we wondered a little bit how good the Demoiselle was. Well, considering how well Venti Valentine's run this year, and she's a New York bred long shot with at least a chance in the race, I think it flattered her, and she was wide the whole way, 4 wide around the track. And
she's gotten so much better since then, too.
Yeah, she really has.
Yeah.
I mean, she ran a sort of a workmanlike win first time at Tampa, but this was an explosive win. But still, she's got some real competition here as well, but you know, you have to respect Todd Pletcher coming in, looking to win back-to-back Oaks, and she's obviously very good. But she may even need to take another step forward to win this race.
There's some real talented fillies in this group this year. It is going to be that double Oaks Derby must play this year.
It's always bad value when I play it. I don't know. I got a big bet on Zandon already at 22-1, so I'm kind of, am I hedging a little bit? I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know.
I would hedge at 22-1.
Well, I'm not hedging, but I'm not going to press it up.
We're going to take a break. We'll be back. We still have the nightcap coming up from Oakland. What do you think of Zandon's last work?
I heard it was the greatest work a horse has put in hundreds of years. I only look at the people who've never looked at workouts before that become experts on Derby Week.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back, go through this field in this finale on the Friday card from Oakland right after this.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
The Thoroughbred Owner Conference is back in person for the first time in 3 years and is being held in the new 1863 Club at Saratoga Racecourse, July 25th and 26th. Attendees enjoy 9 ownership topics with an impressive list of speakers, along with social events to meet other owners and network, an opening reception at the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, a conference dinner, and an afternoon of racing at Saratoga. It's the 2022 Thoroughbred Owner Conference, July 25th and 26th. See you in Saratoga.
Run Happy was the #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. A leading dirt sire and now is an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful.
Kicked it into high gear and Smile Happy with a powerful performance. Wins by 2.5.
Run Happy continues his rise and is priced for success. Clips champion, Run Happy, standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. One more coming up. The finale out at Oakland on this Friday afternoon. Our program brought to you by Naira Bets. You can play this finale coming up with Naira Bets. Get signed up, started. Download the app or go to nairabets.com to get involved. 6 furlongs. Arkansas bred runners. State bred race here. Maiden special weight. Everybody looking for that first win. And we got a 4-5 favorite. You will see towards the end of this post parade. Here's the one, Run Fearless.
Run Fearless has had 11 chances, and while hitting the board in almost half of them, has just had enough chances for me, but won't be surprised if she gets some kind of piece.
First-time starter next door with a bullet gate drill in the slop coming in.
Taking no money, 4 foals in this dam, none did any running.
26-1 with Chelsea Bailey. Calypso Street, another first-timer next door.
Could say the same thing. 3 foals from this dam. None of them did any running whatsoever.
Martine Garcia rides. Lasix for the debut. Pernia, we should get speed from this one for John Ortiz.
I agree, but isn't she going to have a little bit of company for maybe the 10? But the last race wasn't bad.
7-1. Amazing Debate.
You always know when their sons or daughters of amazing destiny when you see that. A nice horse who ran for Joe Ford's West Rock stable. Wayne Lucas trained. Good sprinter.
28-1 with Kylie Jordan. Hit the board at this level last start. That was at 5.5 furlongs. Sweetness 2. Tried to show a different dimension last time out. Went forward on a big drop in class.
Yeah.
For some reason, they're going to move this one back up in class.
I wonder sometimes there isn't as big a difference in the state-bred maiden claimers and the state-bred maiden specials. And you're running out of time. I mean, there's only a week left to run Archie-breds, right?
Running the Streets, start number 2.
This is I'm not saying upsetter. This is the other horse I would use. I'm going to play mostly an 11-7 exacta, small reverse.
First timer? Macho Rocket Filly, May Disco.
Yeah, it's the first foal, and not a lot to say, though the dam sire was Our Emblem, whose dam was Personal Ensign.
How about Arden R? Debut, it came back in April of last year, was 82-1.
Do you want to call it Arden R?
Got second, by the way, at 82-1.
Had a big close in there. Now, the winner of that race came from Ace, so the race did kind of fall apart, no matter how strong it was.
4-5 on this one. Pattern bet coming out of a stake.
I mean, the only thing you can say is that she's second 4 times in a row, and she has been short. I mean, she has lost at 1-2, 2 back, and 4-5. Oh, this is that horse. Remember this horse? This horse that had that made the huge close first time out, and then lost to a good-looking first-time star the next time. You and I have had a long experience, long relationship with this horse.
Looks continually like she's going to get there, and has not happened.
Supposed to win today.
And, 14-1 outside with that first-time starter. So favorite. 4 consecutive seconds, including a second in Stakes Company, and now back in against maidens. Gary Stevens, what do we do with his favorite?
I think you have to maybe watch. I don't know. Been beaten 4 times. Been bet every time she's run. Coming out of that stake race, she was drawn down on the inside. Came from a long ways out of it. Closed ground again. I like her in here today. You have to, but not at that price. I guess she deserves to win a race. She tries hard every time. I just don't see anything fast enough in here to beat her. I was going to try and find somebody that was fast, that could carry their speed, because speed is carried in the last 2 races here. Today, obviously, in the last race, Tap for Me. I mean, she hooked every step of the way and just outclassed that bunch in the last race. And then the previous race before that, we saw a horse hooked down on the inside, goes on and wins as well. So I don't see Pattern Bet getting beat today. I'm glad that she's drawn on the outside in case she does get left. Freddie Manrique should be able to find a trip for her, but don't see her getting beat today, guys.
Well, Gary, thanks. Public in agreement with you. if she can run back to certainly that second race. She ran huge that second race of her career. Numbers-wise, she's never gotten back to it.
Right, I agree, and that's sort of an aberrational number, but even her Bayer figures in the mid-50s are probably good enough to win this race, so I'm not taking a big shot. I thought the 7 ran a little bit first time out, might actually be okay, and I thought she ran enough after getting left that maybe she could be second to this horse. I doubt she's going to be able to win, though.
Again, it's so much promise. Is that late burst? Maybe is some of it with her? She just is disinterested until too late in the game.
It's weird, but you know, it's not, because you think of the second and third races, she was pretty much on top of the paces. She just got blown off the racetrack. Now, Summer Shoes came back and won. The horse who beat her 2 back, but she's been a little disappointing, let's be honest. And it's not like, even though she lost in a stake race last time, she was 5-2, so it's not like she wasn't expected to do well in there. But she may have just found the right field to run against.
Looks like it. 3-5 right now. There she is. Ron Moquette.
It'll be her last chance, really. I mean, there's no racing in Arkansas besides Oakland, so be it for the Arky breds to face each other until next year.
Company's going to get a lot tougher.
Yeah. Running the Opens. Maybe she can run second to anybody. She's probably going to win this race, though.
Gives you that feel, though, that maybe she does just want to run second. We'll see.
Yeah, it's hard to take short prices on it. It's hard to bet against her looking at the field, but it's hard to take a short price looking at the other ones. You know, it's just is what it is.
Let's quickly look again at the Derby leaderboard. Epicenter, Zandon. You agreed just far and away those are the top 2?
They're the top 2, but that doesn't... I think it's important, and I know you agree with this, to keep as open a mind as you can until you look at the field together. You know, they draw the race, and I don't think the post positions are really that important, but you want to really take a look. I mean, I look around. I don't trust White Abarrio coming in from Florida. I don't really love those races in Florida, and I think the best horse down there was Simplification. One thing that bothers me a little about Mo Donegal, who I am a fan of, he got such an unbelievably great ride to win last time and beat Early Voted. And he's a good horse and he'll improve with distance. But no knock on Irad Ortiz. He can't ride the horse better than Joel Rosario did last time. Tis the Bomb, I wouldn't use in a million years as a turf horse. Crown Pride, I wouldn't use in a million years. He's not good enough. Cyberknife probably isn't good enough, but I thought he ran well enough that he could take a forward move. I want no part of Taba, the third-time starter. I think he's maybe the most talented horse in the race.
Just one work off that Santa Anita Derby win to the Derby, which is going to be his 3rd career start.
I'm skeptical of how he's coming up to this race to boot. I think a lot of negatives with him. Simplification, a long shot I could use. Smile Happy is just not as good as Zandon, and he's shown that 2 starts, but that doesn't mean he's impossible. Classic Causeway has no chance. I don't know why they're running him. That's owner's decision.
They weren't even going to go, and then they changed their mind.
Well, the owner's decision. Owners wanted to go, and it's clear that Brian Lynch has taken one for the team here. A horse that we didn't mention that was down there somewhere. I did think there was one horse that I wanted to mention.
For Pletcher, right?
No. Oh, Charge It? I think he's interesting, but there was somebody else. I can't remember now who. There's so many horses in this race. There was somebody I wanted to mention that I thought was a little bit interesting, but I can't, for the life of me, remember at this point.
I'll say this, and I'm with you. I looked at
the Messier. I'm sorry. I think he's dangerous.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
As far as Crown Pride, if there's going to be an international horse to win, the way that Japan's going right now,
right?
He's training huge as well, and as you said, they're good horses. They should be training well, but it wouldn't shock me if Japan is the one that eventually breaks through in this race.
Listen,
as an international,
they won a Breeders' Cup race with a horse that you couldn't bet if they ran the race again, and you knew she won. So maybe their horse will run better. But the problem is that UA Derby was not a good race. And it's not proven to be a good race over time. And it wasn't a good race. It wasn't a good field. So he's done nothing to suggest he can run with these horses. And I think there's some potentially decent horses in this field. And I also, here's the other thing. You're right about the Japanese horses, but everybody knows it now. So if that horse is supposed to be 30-1 in there, he's probably going to go off a 17-1.
Yeah.
I mean, it just feels like you're supposed to really get paid because forgetting about being a Japanese horse, nothing. And one thing with Japanese horses, one thing they've figured out, They got a lot of American, U.S. pedigrees. I mean, you look at the pedigrees, and they're American. You know, it's not like they realize what you want to do. If you want to have world-class dirt horses, you got to get the U.S. pedigrees eventually, or get into those pedigree lines. So I won't be surprised, but I don't know. I think it's tough. I want to see a Japanese horse come here and run in our prep races and show he belongs, not run in a race like the UAE Derby, which up to now has basically shown you're getting into the Derby through the back door, because it just hasn't been an effective way to come here.
Meanwhile, this nightcap at Oakland, it's all going through this 11. Pattern bet, 4 starts, 4 seconds, including in a stakes race last time out. Can he break through finally today for Ron Moquette? Here's the nightcap. Let's go to Vic Stauffer.
Bet. The last 2 to load are Sweetness 2 and Rivercrest Girl. They're at the post. They're off. Prinia broke well, so did Amazing Debate. To the outside and Pattern Bet. May Disco and Sweetness 2 in the mix as well. Calypso Street and Runnin' the Streets is next, then Run Fearless, followed by Rivercrest Girl and Ardenar, Miracle Shoes, and the trailer is May Disco. It is Prinia up the backstretch. She's got a half-length lead on Pattern Bet. Amazing Debate is in a very tight spot, leaving the backstretch between horses, and now she gets up in there, so she's okay 3 across the track. Gold Strategy is fourth with 3.5 lengths to make up. Then comes Calypso Street, Running the Streets to the outside of Run Fearless. Then it's 2 back, 2 Sweetness 2, another 5 back, 2, and Unwinding May Disco. Then comes At the Rail and Summer Calypso Shoes. Summer Shoes is her sister, and they run to the top of the stretch, and Pattern Bet has taken the lead. It is Pattern Bet, a length and a half in front of Prinia in a second. Then to the outside and Running the Streets with Gold Strategy, Pattern Bet. Run Fearless is also moving between horses. Pattern Bet has the lead. Run Fearless is on the move for Kelsey Haar in the center, and here comes Run Fearless in the final. Get in your car if you bet on Kelsey Haar. Kelsey Haar wins the finale on Pattern Bet, or on Run Fearless. Pattern Bet was second. It's close for third between Calypso Street, Miracle Shoes, and Running in the Streets.
Well, they put this big favorite in the game earlier, and same result, second again.
Bush does not want to win. I'm sorry.
Run Fearless.
It's a very good ride by Kelsey Haar, by the way. Run Fearless, who in his 12th start got the money. He found the right horse to get by. My 7 ran very well and barely missed running second, running down the number 11 horse, but no match for Run Fearless.
Never going to find a better, at least in this State Bred Maiden Special group.
Let's remember to bet against this horse when we get Oakland back next year, right?
Wow.
She'll still be a maiden.
5 seconds in 5 starts. Run Fearless. This was start number 12 for this filly, who'd been dusted by Pattern Bet 2 starts back.
I mean, the reality was that was a fast pace. Look at that pace for these horses.
Yeah.
And the 11 got cooked being too close to the pace. But what are you going to do? I mean, it's
21
and 2 to 5 shot.
21-4, yeah, opening quarter.
They're flying.
Tough beat again for an odds on 3 to 5, I believe, in the end there. Again, coming up on Saturday, first Saturday of this meet at Belmont Park, Elusive Quality. Seemingly a distance that is right up Value Proposition's alley.
Yeah, I mean, he won the Oyster Bay, which is really the same race last year. Now, it's a tougher race. I think penalties, New Gelling, a little dangerous. Snapper Sinclair, just 5 weeks running Dubai is very good. Joel Rosario picks up the mount on your favorite horse, a Therapist. But make no mistake, he's the one to beat. There's not a ton of pace, but there's probably enough, and I think he'll get good position, and I think he'll prove very hard to beat, but not impossible.
Manny Franco, who I talked about it on the program yesterday with Mig, Chad Brown gave super high praise to, and said just the way, not only that he's riding so good, but how much he wants to improve himself as a rider. He has no problem putting him in big races on top horses.
Yeah, I couldn't be happier that it's worked out well for Manny riding these horses for Chad Brown, because Manny's about as easy a guy to like as you'll meet around the racetrack. He's just, and he is. And he's really, you know, listen, he's been winning races for a long time, and that's Luis Saez who rode him that day. But I really think he's been riding extremely well. Been a lot more aggressive, and I think that's really helped him. And he kind of closed out Akron the last month or so, riding sensationally well. He rode well at our meet here in April. Big weekend, winning those 2 stakes for Chad Brown with both Klarovich runners, unanimous consent, who ran so well, and then Consumer Spending, who ran down Pizza Bianca, and that could be a nice rivalry with some good horses. So Manny will ride those horses, but Pratt will get his share as well, and Irad is too, when those guys come back to town. But as Chad Brown said, Manny will still be in the fold.
That elusive quality is part of a cross-country Pick 5 on Saturday. It returns with racing from Belmont and Oakland comprising that sequence. Again, on your Naira Bets wagering app, go to XCP5 to play that cross-country Pick 5. Kicks off at 4:25 Eastern Time tomorrow with the 7th from Belmont. Hope you enjoyed our Friday coverage. Opening Saturday of this Belmont Park meet includes that elusive quality. We'll have live coverage for you tomorrow. Begins at 1 Eastern start time. On FS2, we go from 1 to 11 tomorrow night. It's going to be a long one. Join us for the marathon. Looking forward to it. It was New York traffic. Back in against New York bred company in the affirmed success and dominant once again. Forward on the engine. And she's a little edgy. Surprising. Went to the front. She kept on going in that feature today from Belmont. We will see you tomorrow, Saturday afternoon, again, 1 to 11. Long day ahead for us on Saturday. Enjoy your Friday night.